Can anyone online hear us?
No, I can't.
Can hear you. Yep.
Thank you. Should be starting momentarily here. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, that's the question. I went to that myself. It's, yeah.
I could believe
Yeah, so it's like, oh, this is nothing.
Okay, folks, we need to get started here, and as Daniel is where? Okay, we'll find Daniel, because he knows the magic cue to call the meeting to order.
No pressure.
And so then we all agree that Daniel is the one that should finish the report in its entirety by tonight at 11:30. Great. Okay, well, the meeting, that's a one. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you all for coming. All right, good afternoon, everyone. And the recording has started. So today is the 8th meeting of Benton County Talks Trash. It is approximately 3:06 p.m. My name is Sandy Barati, and I am the facilitator. And Martin, are you driving the screen here to put up documents? If you could put up the agenda, I'll walk us through that. And what we'll start, what you're getting that up is just doing a quick roll. So if you just going around the room and you can give us your name and Millie will take your attendance. So we have Martin from the county.
Daniel Reddick, Solid Waste and Water Quality Coordinator with Benton County.
Representative from SWAC and DSAC.
Liz Irish, representative from Benton County Planning Commission.
Russ Knocky with Republic Services.
Sean Edmonds for Public Services.
John Dual, and county citizen and board and state leaders.
Catherine Duval, City of Corvallis.
Christopher McMorgan, I'm a resident of Philomath and also on the Philomath City Council and also on the Philomath School Board.
Welcome again.
Mary Parmigiani, I'm a student at Corvallis High School.
And Kira, resident of Corvallis.
Brian May, Marion County.
Sean McGuire, Sustainability Program in Benton County BOCS.
And I'm Amelia, I work for Sam.
And in the back, please, start with you, Darren.
Darren Nichols, Community Development Director for Benton County. Bill Gallagher, citizen.
I'm Judy Lucker, working with legal subcommittee.
Chris Workman, City Manager for the City of Philomath.
Nancy Wise, Commissioner.
Paul Nato, citizen.
Greg Barrett, Deputy Director at Benton County Community Development.
Anna Williams, planner, Benton County.
Welcome. And members of the work group who are appearing via video, if you could unmute yourself and show us your smiling face and introduce yourself.
Chuck Gilbert. Oh, Chuck Gilbert. I'm up in beautiful Columbia County. Now I had to come up here for a special job, so my apologies. I couldn't be there tonight.
No problem. Just stay warm. Because I can't see the screen, any other members of the work group that are present?
Andrew Struthers, Benton County Planning Commission Liaison.
Thank you, Andrew. Any other members of the work group present? All right, thank you very much. So the agenda is on the screen. We are basically going to do the usual introductory things, which is approving the draft minutes, updating the work plan. We'll have the public comment period, and then we'll go over the key findings and recommendations in great detail. And then we will adjourn. So it's an aggressive agenda, but staff has done a darn good job of laying out the issues and framing up the issues. So we have an opportunity to efficiently review the documents ahead. So let's first open it up to public comment from anyone in the physical audience. If you could come up, sir, and sit between Mary and Christopher, if you're gonna be giving us public comment, and introduce yourself, and you have your 2.439 seconds of fame. And Mark gets
This is gonna be really fast. Good afternoon, my name is Bill Gladley. I'm a Corvallis resident, mechanical engineer, retired out of high tech, and with business background from Marylhurst University. Our purpose today is to encourage you to consider 3 questions about the Coffin Butte landfill. And I've been, just a bit of background, I've been following reporting in the GT. I've spoken with people who are serving on this committee, been familiar with the county commissioners for several years that I've been here in town. And I've also talked with people who are familiar with water treatment, and it's an area I've done a little bit of design consulting in, as well as talking to some soil scientists. So pretty broad background. But I also wanted to just let you know, I think that there's 3 areas that I think would benefit from a better public understanding. With a new conditional use permit being anticipated the next year or so, I ask you to consider these 3 questions, and each is followed with a couple of subpoints. So the first question is, has there been a supplier analysis asking questions with the freshness that you would imply if this site were a brand new startup? And for example, has the supplier been evaluated for competitiveness against other major competitors in the field, such as waste management? And how does suppliers stack up with other suppliers in quality, technology, and environmental compliance issues? Second, have you asked Republic to provide any technology roadmaps that would address long-term problems of water treatment or ways to drive recycling issues back to their suppliers? And not necessarily their suppliers, but people supplying packaging for the food industry, for example. The second major area is of interest is, have you asked, excuse me, I have one behind here. Who's going to jump to the third area? I think I've covered what I mean to say about technology. Third, is there an active or evolving plan to assure that franchise fees, which I understand in the case of an expansion would be increased, but maybe I'd like to push it back to thinking about any of the franchisees being used to set up a means of checks and balances and to have expertise within the county to consider any of the technical issues and to assure that the public's needs are being served. For example, and this sort of repeats the idea I made before, how could we benefit from having incentives that would encourage your supplier to push back on the food packaging industry? We know that the recycled plastics has been a huge issue. It's an area that's not effectively handled in a lot of areas, but there are technologies that are coming out of Europe and they're certainly showing some leadership in this area. That's my comments.
Thanks so very much, sir, for coming in. Any other member of the public? Yes, please come forward.
My name is Paul Neefeld. As most of you know, I'm a landfill neighbor and serve on the A1 subcommittee of this group. My remarks today are directed at Mr. Imparati, Mr. Nichols, and commissioners. I hereby resign from my volunteer position on the A1 subcommittee. The dismissal of my wife, Nancy Woodcomb, from the work group was conducted in a manner that constituted a public humiliation, clearly meant as a warning to anyone who might consider critiquing the process and methodology of the facilitator. Many of the concerns she identified in the initial phase of this effort have been validated. The time and effort wasted due to the early conflicting and uncertain direction, the scope of work facing this team, and the need for subcommittees to perform the detailed work required have all been realized. As was initially encouraged by the facilitator, Nancy honestly pointed out significant early process and procedural issues. The most pointed of these critiques were sent directly to the facilitator, not to the larger group, and were meant as honest, corrective feedback. The fact that the facilitator responded defensively and aggressively to this feedback is damning. In my experience in corporate negotiations, it's widely understood that the intermediary in such negotiations should be mature and level-headed, not overly sensitive to perceived challenges to their authority, and in particular, not defensive in response to valid, critical feedback. Nancy brought significant land use and community government experience to the work group, and it is at this juncture when the work group will need to evaluate the work of the subcommittees and craft the final report to our commissioners that her experience, knowledge, and insight would be most helpful. The fact that my wife was dismissed for her serious and honest efforts to improve the work group process is a loss for the work group and is a shame on the facilitator and our county government. Finally, to all those of you serving on this work group and the subcommittees, as a landfill neighbor, I want to express my appreciation for your efforts to evaluate and address this challenge facing our county and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public? I didn't see that physically present. Yes, sir, come on up. I'll get the people on the screen after we do the people in the room.
Thank you again. My name is Chris Workman. I'm the city manager for the city of Wilmouth. It's nice to sit on this side of the desk every once in a while. I don't get an opportunity to do that very often. But I'll just take a few moments. Appreciate all the work that you're doing. I want you to know that it's important work and let you know that there are a lot of people that, even though they're not here and filling this room, we're reading the newspaper articles, we're checking the website, we're looking at updates, and we're very anxious to see the report come out and to see the findings, and appreciate again all the work that's going into making those findings and those recommendations. So it's important. The other thing I wanted to add really is just the perspective from the city's standpoint. Republic Services has a franchise with the city of Wilmouth. They are an exclusive franchise. They're our only garbage hauler, waste hauler in Wilmouth, and have been a good partner to the city. And so, you know, in looking at the efforts that they're trying to make improvements to Coffin Butte, to expand Coffin Butte, and to continue to manage that facility in a responsible way, from my perspective, the encouragement would just be for the county to continue to work with Republic Services as you have, to continue to see them as a partner in the plan going forward for waste management. The city, again, has a good relationship there, and I think that relationship can continue to go forward for years to come. And having Republic Services be a partner at the table, and to just appreciate this group allowing them to have a seat at this table and be involved in the conversations. I also just have a little bit of concern about the timing, the plan itself for waste materials. The report's going to come out, and there's going to be a lot of aspects to it, a lot of facets to it. There's going to be a lot of work that's going to be done still. And I think it would be to the county and specifically to the city's demise if we waited for that plan to completely enroll and completely get rolled out and to be completed before we were to make any decisions on the expansion of Falcon Butte. And so if that application is submitted, the encouragement would be for, again, Benton County to continue to work with and partner with Republic Services to find ways to mitigate the disadvantages and the challenges that come with any type of development, right? Regardless of the development, whether it be housing, commercial, industrial activity, or in this case, a landfill, there's going to be adverse impacts. And one of the most difficult things is to try to find a way to mitigate those adverse impacts, but try to get to a yes, right? When you've got a development that's going to benefit a large number of people in this case, you really want to try to find ways to mitigate the negatives. And that can be tricky. And much harder than just saying, no, we just don't like it, right? And again, that's not necessarily been the case that's happened here. I just want to put that caution out there. I think that there is a path forward and working with Republic Services. So we appreciate all the work they've done here, and I'll leave it at that. Look forward to seeing the rest of the work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for public comment from members in the room. Yes, I see the folks on the screen. So the order I have is Joel Geyer and Debbie Palmer. If I miss someone, please put your hand up so I can, it rises to the top of my screen. Take it away, Joel.
Yeah, hi, my name is Joel Geyer. I'm a landfill neighbor and formerly a polling member of this group. I think most of you know me. I didn't know about Paul's plan to leave this group. I'm very sorry to see him leaving this group, and I would like to thank him for his very sincere efforts to try to make something good come out of this. But I had a couple of questions, and these are mainly for the development director, Darren Nichols, who I see is in the room, in relation to comments that he made to the Board of Commissioners on Tuesday. First question is, what did Director Nichols mean when he said that many important discussions are taking place behind the scenes? I'm concerned because so much of the charge of this work group has been delegated to subcommittees. On most of these subcommittees, Republic Services has a very strong presence, including public relations professionals and corporate attorneys, while community members are just volunteers just trying to do their best. So what kinds of discussions are taking place behind the scenes rather than in public to try to bring these groups to consensus? And what happened to the one table rule that we were told about at the beginning of this process? Second question, after initially being scheduled to wrap up December 15th with a quote celebration, the schedule was extended out to mid-March. Now it seems to be shifted again out to late April based on what we heard from the meeting on Tuesday. When is this work group finally going to wrap up so that our regular disposal site advisory committee can return to its state mandated function and the community volunteers who've been working so hard can get back to their normal lives? Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Palmer.
Okay, can you all hear me and see me?
Can you guys?
Yes.
I can hear you, but I'm looking for you on the screen here. Is there a way to make her visible to the people in the room? Just a second, Debbie, because we're sharing the screen. There we go.
Okay.
We can see you now.
Okay, all right. Hi, my name is Debbie Palmer. I have been an observer of this work group process from the beginning, and there have been so many things that are not right about this process, I don't even know where to begin. So I'm just going to have to choose. Here we go. There will be a time soon when you polling members of the work group will all be asked to poll for consensus on the master document Sam will have somehow put together, containing literally hundreds of pages of information from 5 subcommittees. This is a document that is supposed to be a guide to the county and to the commissioners. I have a question for each of you. Have you read the entirety of, do you understand everything in this master document? There will be much pressure on you all to reach consensus, which under different circumstances would be a laudable goal. However, in the case of this particular work group, I feel the process is disingenuous. Let me explain. Sam has many times rambled at length and will likely do so again about voting, or excuse me, polling using a 1, 2, or 3 indicator, with 1 being agree, 2 being don't really agree but will tolerate, and 3 being do not agree with the contents of the master document. The imbalance lies in that answers of both 1 and 2 will ultimately be regarded by the commissioners as the group has come to consensus and they will delve no deeper. I do not know whether Sam will poll you guys on parts and pieces of the master document or only on the master document as a whole. But either way, if you do not understand the contents of the parts or the whole that you are being asked to poll on, you are fully within your rights to poll at a 3. There will likely be a lot of peer pressure to poll 1 or 2. However, this ultimately is your only mechanism for communicating that this has been a flawed, chaotic process. There is a lot on the line here. And if you find consensus on a suboptimal document, the only one who will benefit is your facilitator, Sam Imperati, but it will be the county that has lost out. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Brewer.
Well, I'm coming. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Linda J. Brewer. I am a Soil Science Society of America certified professional soil scientist with 22 years experience in organic waste management science, education, and outreach. I served more than 10 years as a member of the Benton County Solid Waste Advisory Council. I have been a resident of Benton County for more than 35 years. I wish to make 5 points this afternoon. First, that a functioning waste management system is essential to maintaining civil order in Benton County or anywhere where humans aggregate. Number 2, Valley Landfills, Allied Waste, and Republic Services have been reliable working partners in waste management with Benton County government. Number 3, responsible landfill management in a climate such as ours requires knowledgeable, experienced management, which Valley Landfills, Allied Waste, and Republic Services have demonstrated over the years I have lived here. Number 4, Benton County citizens enjoy a preferential rate on trash services. The change to alternate landfilling scenarios would vastly increase our trash rates. These would be disfavored by service users and voters alike. Point number 5, I consider the Benton County Talks Trash moniker adopted for this group a grave strategic error on the part of the county commissioners. It suggests a certain lightheartedness and humor about an issue of paramount concern to all residents of Benton County. On a personal note, I view the actions of this group as destructive rather than constructive. The name Talks Trash denies the gravity of the group's proposals. I thank you.
Thank you. Bernie Cummings.
Sorry, thank you. I was having technical issues. My name's Bernie Cummings. I just wanted to say, I appreciate that everybody's finally coming together in this process to some extent, that, it feels like different groups are coming to the table, at the very least, that the county and Republic Services seem to be coming to the table. And I hope that moving forward, we'll be able to get more people coming to the table altogether so we can try and find a solution. I don't know what that solution may be in the future. I do think that, you know, we're not going to stop having trash anytime soon, but hopefully we can reach a consensus as we move forward in this process. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Last call for anyone appearing through the website, the Zoom feature. Hearing none, this will close the public comment period. Thank you all. I also want to note that Audrey O'Brien of DEQ has joined us and is in attendance today. Thank you. Next up is approval of the minutes from our last meeting. You don't need to pull these up on the screen. Did anyone have any additions, corrections, subtractions to the meeting minutes from M7? Hearing and seeing none, they will be approved. All right, you put up the crosswalk documents. We have two documents that I'd like to call your attention to and have them out so that they are readily available. The first is the 8.5 by 11 actually 8.5 by 14 version probably. And this is what we're calling for shorthand the crosswalk. The second document you should have is 8.5 by 11 portrait, and that's called Key Findings and Recommendations for Draft 4. So let's start with the that document first to give you an overview of that. What the subcommittees have been doing is working on key findings and recommendations now for some time. The purpose of this meeting is to focus on those draft findings and recommendations. These findings and recommendations will be in the body of the report. The hyperlinks that you will find in there when they are finalized will go to each subcommittee's working documents that in many cases provide background, memos, explanations, the discussions and debates along the way will be included there. And for today, we needed to stabilize that larger document and really focus on those key findings and recommendations to give you all an opportunity to look at what the subcommittees have put forward. Again, they are drafts, they are not set in stone. They are designed to simply tell you as of last night at X o'clock, these are the current state of the documents. And so they appear in the same order they're going to appear in the report, which has been reorganized for emphasis. So we'll lead off the full work group report with the SMMP section. Then we'll go to size capacity, then legal issues and land use, then past land use decisions, and then community education and outreach subcommittees. So that document is here in detail. The game plan for today is to have that by our side for more reference, but to look at the landscape version or the legal science piece of paper. What staff did is look for similarities and differences between comparable findings as approached by the different subcommittees, so that you could look at these in a different format and see the connections or lack of connections going forward. So the first pass of review is we'll go through the landscape document row by row. And staff will present where the similarities or differences are. In each of those, the same similar treatments of the same topics. We'll have a discussion. The work group, you'll give us your feedback, which will then be written down in the meeting notes and notes by staff, rolled up, and tomorrow will be sent to the 5 subcommittees so that they can consider them in a similar facing looking document side by side next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and work those comments and then be ready to present to you the presentation findings and recommendations that will be part of the open house going forward, and the public survey that will go on there, and we'll set the basis for the polling on the findings and recommendations that will take place at your final meeting. So after we finish the documents here, we lead off with recommendations, go to findings, and then we'll go back to the core document, the 26-pager, which has all of the draft findings and recommendations, and open up for any questions or comments, suggestions for improvement on any of the ones that we didn't want to highlight, that we didn't get to highlighting. And again, the purpose of the highlighting was simply, these are the areas that the subcommittees would probably benefit from getting your broader feedback on, and then roll up into the final document. So any questions about that process, how we're gonna proceed through it? Here and now, let's just dive in. So the protocol is, we'll start with row 1. I'll ask the pre-volunteered staff member to just kind of set up the issue for you. And then we'll open up to questions, discussions, and more importantly, suggestions for improvement. So number 1, who's the staff person?
That's me.
Fire away.
So row 1 is essentially 2 complementary findings that are more or less loosely related around the treatment of documents. The first finding from the landfill capacity subcommittee essentially recommends that SWAC review Coffin Butte annual report details. And those details, just call them out, includes intake volume, landfill traffic volume from municipal solid waste and leachate transport, expected landfill life or end of life, and the total remaining permitted space. And asks that they review those details and then submit the findings to the Board of Commissioners. The comparative finding from the CUP group is different, but essentially says that the documents that are associated with land use applications should be acquired and put into a land use file for that specific application. So they both relate to the treatment of documents, but aren't the same documents.
So by way of quick background, going back to the assessment, one of the concerns that I heard from the folks I interviewed was that the information wasn't available in a timely fashion during the last CUP expansion process. And as we learned, as we went through getting together all of the documents to begin this process, that they were scattered in different parts of the county. In some cases, we had to go to DEQ and get records for them. And you will see when you have a chance to read the past CUP subcommittee's findings and recommendations, they've done an amazing job of taking roughly 50 years of history, organizing it, synthesizing it, and pulling out recommendations. This, while more mechanical, really is an advantage for going forward for both transparency purposes and archival history. So there's some institutional knowledge. Does any member of the work group have any suggestions or questions, or suggestions for improvement of the language. So I have Christopher, then Marge, if you could put your tents up so I remember to get you in order. Christopher.
I guess this is more a question about making sure I'm understanding sort of this document and the process, but for key recommendations on the legal issues and land use review subcommittee, LLU-R-1 feels like the same thing as what these two are. So I was just curious, should that be included in this row? Or because it's also about having SWAC review the annual reports and the information on the landfill and then submit those findings to the commissioners.
Great, so Greg, if you could put time is to add LLU-1 in that middle column there. We have them then more in one place. Thanks. Mark.
Yeah, Daniel mentioned a timely fashion. And I'm just wondering, the Coffin Butte annual reports, even though the fiscal year end it is the same as calendar year end, December, we didn't see that report this year until the end of September. Usually companies release reports within the quarter after fiscal year end. And I'm just wondering if we can get a little more timely information regarding that Coffin Butte annual report.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll certainly follow up and circle back around with you.
Okay.
And related, there is a recommendation in the capacity subgroup that will be coming out that, for instance, the tonnage that's been accepted, that's pretty much known within a week after December 31st. And that apparently hasn't come out until when the final report comes out. So there is a recommendation there that the county work with Republic to secure that number sooner. We understand there's many other pieces to the report, but that one fact is important, and having that in a more timely fashion would help with monitoring. Mark, did you have a follow? Okay, no problems. All right, Ed?
I'm just looking for the parallelism here. The landfill group identified somebody to review the reports. In this case, SWAC. We broke it up. We want somebody to review the reports also as the CDP group. It wasn't just to collect the documents, it was actually to get somebody to look at them. And there's another recommendation that's in our list of that the county consider putting together some group or some function or hire some people. I can't remember the exact words, but somebody did not just receive the material, but somebody to review it, understand it, report on it, publicize it. So that's just like, it's great, what's here is great, but the other half of it isn't here. And it really matches up almost identically with the landfill size, capacity, longevity group. So you have this sense of consensus almost, just we use different words.
Right.
So if you could make it more complete, it would be, I think, good.
And so Inga, and we'll look after that and add that to the chart. These are the kinds of connections we're looking for today, because you've worked in the individual subcommittees, and largely I've been the only person who has sat in on all of them and started to see the clear need to do something like this. And this was done, unfortunately, just this morning, given the time constraints to go forward. But that's an explanation and not an excuse, and we'll continue that work as we go forward. Elizabeth. Liz?
So I'm pretty sure planning commission gets all the documents for the CUP application. I mean, this is kind of, I'm asking, couldn't SWAC also receive, or do they already receive all of the documents as part of the application for CUP?
So an application being submitted and reviewed goes to SWAC and goes to the planning commission. That's part of what the legal and land use subcommittee has been reviewing. What this recommendation is talking about is, as I recall from the context of it, is more about once an approval has been granted and there are conditions of approval to requiring submittal of additional reports or permits from other agencies or so on, that those be collected in a file that's accessible.
Okay,
So
so
it's
this is
more
after, because as I read it here, I was like, ensure all documents,
I'm not
all the
positive
land use
of that.
application, and all documents required to be submitted by condition of approval are required to be placed from it, so that clarifies. Thank you.
Any other questions or suggestions on one? All right, let's go to number 2. Greg.
All right, the legal and land use subcommittee and the community education and outreach committee both had recommendations that touched on public input and public input specifically to a subsequent conditional use permit application. And the recommendation from the legal and land use subcommittee is fairly narrow. It's just to make sure that information provided to the public includes a caution that the county is not required to and might not have time to address or incorporate public input that comes during the initial review of whether an application is complete. So it's not about the entire conditional use review process. It's just about that initial 30 days in which the county has an opportunity to review an application and inform the applicant whether it's complete or incomplete. That can be a publicly noticed process, potentially, but we need to be sure that expectations are clear about what that process can and can't accomplish. The community education and outreach subcommittee has a couple of recommendations about notification for filing of a conditional use permit application and then notification of completion, in terms of what types of or what methods of notification would be beneficial to you, the area in which to notify, and the timing. These aren't necessarily in conflict at all, it's just they overlap or have area of intersections. I would point that.
Again, comes from the assessment, the concerns about lack of timely and transparent information and the opportunity to comment. And as Greg said, these are complementary. The CEO version provides more specificity and direction as to what that should look like. Any questions or suggestions for improvement? Yes.
I just have a question on clarification on the recommendation 5 from the community education and outreach. The notification of CUP completion, is that application completion? Is that once it's approved?
Yeah.
You don't have to answer right now. But I think that
Mary is here, and Louisa Shelby is also on the screen. So Mary, do you want to take it away?
yeah, I think it's after it's approved by the county. Okay.
Anything else, Scott?
No.
All right.
Yeah, you may have actually just answered it, and that there's more detail, that the subcommittees have worked on, but just for clarification, if it's not there, as a company that operates all over the country, you've seen it in different fashions in terms of who's the one that's actually doing the notifications. Is it the applicant? Is it, the county? So if that's not spelled out in the background documents, I just suggest that the group work through some clarity there.
And I think, thank you for that. And I think in the body of the recommendations, Mary, and.
Yeah, we noted that, that came up during our conversation.
And that, it basically is recommending the county do this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, number 3, excuse me. Oh, hey, Louisa.
Hi. Well, so I have a question. So the recommendation LLUR5, so are we saying that we would put that into the, that would be part of the county's recommendation to do this, or for sure, or we're just reviewing it, right? So when we go to say our opinion about it, we could say we don't agree with this. I guess I'm just saying I don't like it. It just
So technically, this would be the legal issues and land use recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners that they do the text that is in the middle of the screen.
right. So they would say
Likewise,
we can't, we might not notify enough people or everyone. We might not notify everyone.
So this is the time, if you have a suggestion to make it more consistent with what you think would be the best approach, we're all ears.
Okay, well, I don't know the exact wording, but I think it could be worded differently. To me, it doesn't sound, as a person that is a citizen of the county, very good public service just to say, oh, sorry, we might not be able to tell you about this because we just don't have enough time. Like, we need to say it. I mean, I think we should, the county should tell everyone that needs to know when they need to know, of course, but I don't work there, so. But I think it needs to be said in a way that is, doesn't make people feel like they're not being heard, is mostly what I would say.
So is the concept, instead of saying if the county provides an opportunity, your preference would be the county should provide an opportunity, ... Make it more affirmative.
I think so. I have to look at it better. I'm gonna come there in a little bit so I can tell you more, but.
Oh, okay. Well, take your time.
But yeah, something, yeah, I'll read it and see, but I just think it should be a little more, the wording could be changed for sure, so.
Okay, well, we'll keep that open when you come in. Does any other work group members have insights on the, should they do it, or making a more affirmative recommendation or a different recommendation? Catherine with the K.
Well, I'm curious, since this is the legal issues, this is coming from the legal issues subcommittee, is it actually a question of, is this a question of county process, or is this a question of like legality of what the county is required to do? Because I think those are two distinct things.
And why don't you respond to that, Greg?
Great question, great point. Yeah, one of the challenges that this subcommittee has is wearing two hats. One is what's the law, and the other is what's good land use practice, what's process that serves the community. And so the wording in this recommendation is, the question was put to the subcommittee: if the county does provide an opportunity for public input into the determination of application completeness, what could that look like? How could that be done in a legally appropriate way and a feasible, functional way? And so that's what's trying to be answered here, rather than saying how it should be done.
Yeah. Okay.
And
do you have a particular, Catherine, point of view as to the best practice?
Well, I think it would be helpful to have, I think this is just kind of a blanket statement for a lot of government processes, that having, just having something that lets the public know beforehand when and how to get involved. It's just kind of a best practice. And I don't know if it needs to be really prescriptive right now, but I mean, I know that it goes to, a commission, and people can get involved that way. So I think it's important to recognize what the, like Greg said, what the legal requirement is, but then also there can be an expectation that when the time comes, there is a public process and that people are given ample notice of when and how they can and should get involved.
Great. Any other work group member, any comments on number 3? Recognize Catherine with the C.
Thank you. I'm wondering too, if just in this recommendation, the other space that we're looking at is that differentiation between the merits of an application and the completeness of an application. So is there a way to just, to Catherine's point about, are we being overly prescriptive in this recommendation? Whereas could we just nod to if the county or the county should, I think somebody was saying the county should provide an opportunity for public input into determination of application completeness. From that point forward, can we just define recognizing that they're exploring the differences between the completeness of an application or the merits of an application? It seems like that's kind of what we're trying to capture in that about 2/3 of a lot of that recommendation. And that allows this group then to take that recommendation, whomever is exploring that recommendation, and really define what the difference is between the two, and if there's a way to legally do that, both in the land use process, but also for a matter of public benefit.
And Mary, as I recall, there is other language in notification pieces about on the merits of the actual CUP. Did that ring any bells?
Yeah, I'd have to go look at that. I'm releasing right now. I'm not.
Teresa, don't we have another recommendation and finding there as to what to do surrounding the actual merits of the application, not just the complete mistake?
Can you tell me, what do you mean by merits exactly?
What should it be granted or not granted, or granted with conditions, approved with conditions? In other words, I think the focus is on this particular line is really talking about whether or not the application is complete or not. That's phase 1. Then after it's deemed complete and it works its way through the SWAC process, planning commission, to decide should it be approved or not approved, and if so, and what conditions. We're not suggesting that public access just stop at completeness. It's throughout the entire process, not just at completeness.
Oh, yes, so there was some guidelines for giving more information after completeness. Yes.
Okay.
That's the question.
Great. Thank you.
So having read all of the recommendations from the various groups, it seems like there's a gap. I think Catherine mentioned it. The question of should the county provide an opportunity for public input into the determination of application completeness, I think that's missing.
Okay.
There's I don't see that in the CEO recommendation. So if that's something that CEO thinks is important, I think that's the appropriate body for it to come from.
So Millie has been staffing that. We'll certainly add that to the list, but I think that was always the intent, but if it's missing, it needs to be highlighted. Ed?
I mean, just jumping too far ahead, I'm trying to think through how does this work? And I'm putting myself in the role of somebody that is interested, and I get a notice and I respond to something that is about completeness. Gone, right? No idea. It's the landfills come up, they've asked for my opinion, I get charged up, I put together a whole bunch of information, and I go present it tactfully. And then when the actual application comes forward, there's nothing in the public record, none of the work I did before, and getting enough energy up and confidence enough to explain it. It's evaporated. It's like I didn't exist. How do I react as a person? Not very well. So some of these things that we're putting in, I think we need to put in a perspective of somebody in the public who's gonna be trying to work it. I see some nodding of the head, so maybe I'm getting the group to understand it. But, enough said. If you can do something to start thinking about how people are going to view what's being said, and if it really should be inclusive and not shutting off your comments. Jimmy, you look like.
Yeah, I think you made an excellent point, and I think this is worded negatively instead of positively. And the idea here was that the completeness process, it's a statutory process, the county has 30 days. It is, the public is certainly welcome to be involved. But to your point, when you get all excited with the applications there, I've got to submit stuff. Then it's not, nothing's done at that point, because it's not the public hearing process. It's, that process hasn't even begun yet. So you're getting, you don't want to lose your opportunity to comment. You have something to say, and you don't know the proper context. So this completeness, it's a legal term, and what the hell does that mean? So what do I do with this? I think we need to define better what completeness is, and I think this comment was trying to get at. It isn't the public process yet. You will have a chance to completely be participating the entire way through. This is, has the applicant submitted enough stuff to have the county check off the blanks that the application is complete? Have they submitted a site plan? Have they done the traffic impact analysis? Have they done things, not on the merits of them, is it good enough, but have they checked the boxes? And so it's, I've done a lot of processes when I was at the Department of Energy for a long time, and the public would get so frustrated because they submit stuff, and they'd say, not time yet, you need to submit it again later. Nothing frustrates people more than doing all that work and then being told it's not time yet. So I think we have to figure out a way, and I think your comment was excellent. Describe the whole process from the outset in something that is a public document that is sent to everybody. This is how this whole thing is going to work.
And this is where we want your input.
Right, and this is where your input, not only is where we want it, this is where it can make a difference.
Okay. So you explain the process.
Yeah.
All right.
Great. Thank you. Next up, number 3.
I'll do that one also. The 2 recommendations on line 3 have to do with franchise agreements, not land use decisions. The LLU recommendation is addressing the anticipated reopener of the hauling franchise, the collection franchise. And one of that subcommittee's charges was to put forth a potential process for public involvement in that reopener. And so that's what that lengthy recommendation is about. The CEO, Community Education and Outreach Subcommittee's recommendation, R6, is about notifications for franchise agreements. And I think that's in general, any franchise agreements. But I'll defer to members of that group on that point. I do want to mention one key thing that I see in that recommendation, which is the last line of it, which is notifications need to begin no later than 24 hours after the agreement. And that's a difference from the process that the LLU subcommittee laid out, which is to invite public comment prior to the agreement. So there's potential opportunity for additional notifications.
So, Louise and Mary, I believe your intent was to have that, when it's open, prior to signing, not just congratulations, it's done. And again, it's consistent with getting the ability for public input while the process is being negotiated was the intent of the CEO subcommittee. Do I remember that correctly?
Yeah.
So we'll just have to make a note to clarify that. It's at the opening of it, not, you know, congratulations, it's a done deal, would defeat the purpose.
Sounds good.
Any other? Go ahead, Louisa.
Sounds good.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just curious, it doesn't need to be answered now, but perhaps it could be answered in the future. Is this something that's specific to solid waste of the county? Or is this a procedural public involvement kind of thing that the county's contemplating for all services it might contract out for?
So the intent has been to apply it only to Waste Management, Inc. When they come to town and no one else. Alternatively, my attempt at humor having fallen flat, it is to make it clear that it's franchise agreements and wherever they might be, they could be any service whatsoever. And so not, these recommendations are going to apply to any similarly situated entity.
I guess I'd suggest maybe the subcommittee could figure out a way to clarify that in the language a little bit, because given just this body's talking about trash, solid waste, whatever, to me, it seems like it's exclusive to that subject matter.
We can make in the beginning of that, that portion of the report and the findings, making it clear that this is to cross franchise agreements, not just single out franchise for Republic.
Yeah. I'm curious about what the current process is. Is there a requirement or expectation on how the franchise agreement negotiations are? I'm not an expert enough on it to comment on. I don't know if you're.
Yeah, I certainly don't have expertise across the board. Just the solid waste related franchise experience that we've seen so far has not included public input opportunities like this.
So these recommendations are to, in fact, create. Christopher.
This might be a little too in the weeds. I was just curious, I guess if we're doing all franchise agreements and if we're doing all like conditional use permits and we're required to notify the entire county every time there's any one of those, that feels like that's gonna add up, especially if we're sending a postcard to the entire county every time there's a franchise agreement or conditional use. Is the county paying for that? Because that's gonna be hundreds of thousands of dollars to send several postcards to every residence in the county multiple times. I guess it's just, maybe that's not our problem, it's more like an implementation problem, but just, that's a lot of taxpayer funds to spend on postcards.
Good to know. All right, let's go on to the next page. And there's a whole bunch of
Okay, so this one's mine. I'll stand up just to project. So these two sets of recommendations are similar to the last one I spoke about, where they're complementary recommendations. The first one from the landfill site capacity longevity committee talks specifically around recommending the county do an updated baseline study. And the background there is that in 2001, we did a baseline study evaluating impacts of the landfill across various criterion. The idea is that it would mirror that baseline study and just be an updated version. And then the recommendation goes further to say the county should use that information to inform decision-making, as well as financial choices regarding income from the landfill franchise. So the complementary findings that we saw from the CEP subcommittee talked about evaluating, considering the public burdens of both acquiring buffer land as well as the public burden of leachate. So we saw those as complementary just because they sort of feed into each other, where the baseline study would potentially be the tool doing that evaluation. And then the county would be making that consideration. So that's it.
Questions or suggestions for improvement? Liz?
So the landfill capacity longevity group wants just an additional survey done, or they want regular surveys done, or each time an application is done?
It was just in regards to this recommendation was just in regards to an update. So it wasn't talking about periodic or ongoing. It was just a one-time.
Just a one-time
baseline
update.
study. Yeah.
And then the past land use, or how often are you wanting updates on those impacts?
Excuse me, which one are you referring to?
CUP R9, R11. Is that regular ongoing impact studies?
No, it wasn't intended to be that.
Okay.
It was just consider it when you're making decisions about the landfill. So it's in a sense continuous. It's when something comes up that can impact land use. Find out what they all are and consider it. So if something over here works, if you move everybody away from it, well, that's a burden. So just consider it and see if it's consistent with what the 2040 version is supposed to be. And then you can make it broader than that.
So
Can I help you understand
a
that?
little bit, whose burden is that to do that study? Are you thinking?
Oh, it's the county that needs to look at all the influences.
Okay. So as a planning commissioner,
Mhm.
when there's a conditional use permit that comes up, are you wanting the county as a group, as a planning commissioner, as staff to consider each CUP, paying for a study on each CUP that comes up? Whether it's a landfill, because we're back to this thing, is it a landfill, is it a, is it a quarry, is it so every time we have a CUP, do you want it or just the landfill one?
It's kind of done a different way. Let me give you an example. In this case, it was driven, the document that triggered it was a vacation of a residential area. And it was done, I think in the 90s. And it just says, take 600 acres and we're not going to call it residential right now. We're not going to say it's not residential. We're just going to take it out of this planning and we're going to reserve it. And then you look at a DEQ document a few years later, probably 7, 8 years later, and it says, it is under a certain kind of law. And it says, okay, you've got a contaminated site and you need to address this contamination. And here's the 6 things you're supposed to do to make this consistent with human health, protection of human health and the environment. And one of those things is continue to acquire land to move people away from sources of contamination. So you just need to understand that and put it in there that, well, if you've got a site that's contaminated and the contamination could be spreading, you may be impacting people and you may have to change the land use around it. Is that consistent with what you want the community to look like in 2040? Long-winded example, sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to think, my challenge with this is, and I always look at Greg. My challenge with this is that I'm always trying to figure out when that applies to my role, right, as a planning commissioner. So if you just say, hey, heads up, you need to figure out if it's important for you to do this now or not. That is kind of an arbitrary, very loose kind of thing to.
Some guidelines in your
Right.
process.
I just don't find either one of these to be specific enough to give me guidance on what it is that you're
It's
asking me
not
to do.
intended because this is a historical document. We just looked at what was in the past.
Well, it's not just the other one too, the right next to it. I felt like it was the same.
And I'll get to that one.
Yeah.
So looking at in the past, we said, this is what the record is, and this isn't something that comes up that should be considered. Did we explore how to consider it? No, that was just something we couldn't do. Unfortunately, we're throwing it out to the group and say, hey, this is an issue historically, please consider it in the future, how to do that. And that's why we have to fit it in this document. We have to stop at 150 pages.
Okay, but I also agree with the other committees as well. Like, I think there should be some specifics around when you think these studies should be done, right? Or these assessments. I think it would be easier for the public. I think it'd be easier for planning commission. I think it'd be easier for staff. Because you're, like
So
this.
you would like to say that, every time there's a CUP, do that, we should make a recommendation that specific.
Well, I think that there's probably uses you could wrap that around specifically. There's also scalability. There's all kinds of stuff because.
Can we take that off to something we can follow up later, because we may be taking too much time?
Yeah, I think the point, let me just try to, summarize, and there's a couple other people that are in the queue, but where we're at now is, it's not the concept, it's the specificity of the direction. And so the subcommittee can look at being more specific. Because again, my understanding, having been in these conversations, it's really saying that we recommend that you consider these issues when you're looking at the CUPs. It may or may not be, each CUP is going to be different. It may not have these issues in it. But let me get Marge and then Catherine with a K and then Steve and then Russ and then see if we can wrap this up.
Okay, quick question on R3. This 2001 baseline study, was there one done in 2019?
No.
Is there a reason why it was not done?
Not that I know.
Okay, who would initiate something like that?
Probably the Board of Commissioners.
Would ask for, so you think that in 2001, the Board of Commissioners asked for a baseline study?
No, the baseline study in 2001 was a requirement for the 2000 franchise agreement.
So it was the franchise agreement that, okay, and the 2020 franchise agreement did not make such a request. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Russ?
I was just gonna put a couple in perhaps the subcommittee, the capacity longevity, you've already discussed this, but some of this may be duplicated, some of this may be data that the state, in its own course, works with side on and has, and so it could be an overly burdensome task on the county, so I just suggest as you deliberate, and if you need to pull in other people to talk, talk that through a little bit more, what that might look like, I'm happy to help support that. I just want to make that point. And then same on R9, the compliance group, if you're talking about wastewater treatment systems, I think it's important to remember by and large, those are local systems, not necessarily county systems. And so if you're talking about things that are really governed by localities, you might want that subcommittee to also contemplate in the next meeting, if this is a recommendation they want to put forward, how are you going to integrate those local jurisdictions into this? It's not really, it's not always going to be county's authority.
Right. Catherine, okay.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe this, since we are just making recommendations for whatever group or organization is going to create the sustainable materials management plan, if this is something that should be just wrapped into that, maybe the R9 and the R11. I don't know if it's the right place for it, but if everyone feels like this is important information to have, maybe that should just be part of the plan as far as consideration.
Dana, that's a great point to bring up with SMMP folks, that if they can consider adding those two recommendations to the scope of what the consultant would study, and she or they, maybe, clearly up to speed on this and understand the integrated nature of these and move us forward.
Then I don't know, we don't have to get into the specifics right now of what that is, if we say we want to end up plan on an ongoing basis.
Right, thank you.
One other that maybe should be considered is emergency management. One of the recommendations we had was to both get together a multiple countywide, or valley-wide emergency response plan to situations that may occur that get beyond the control of what you can do after landfill. In the specific historical example, went back to 1999. Apparently there was a 22-hour fire that drew in resources from multiple counties to quell. You have expertise in meaning the public has expertise in how to fight the landfill fire, but at what stage do you need to bring in others, and what do they need to be trained ahead for, that kind of stuff?
Sure. It's not uncommon for sites to have incident management plans. It's also not uncommon for, sites to have more comprehensive plans or processes where other first responder authorities are, part of that planning. And sometimes there's even, periodic rehearsals, if you will, kind of incident rehearsals. So I think it's a fair thought and something that if subcommittee wants to continue to deliberate on before, it's got some validity.
Great. Let's go on to our friend, row 5. And I just had it. Oh, Catherine has it.
Oh,
sorry, Catherine.
Just a point of clarification, I think I'm probably confident that we can pull some of these recommendations back to our CUP subcommittee. But on the R11, to Liz's point, in our committee, what we were talking about, so that public burden of acquiring buffer land really was probably specific to any land use specific applications, not other entities and such, because it's a matter of that, we've been calling it RCRA, the corrective measures. There's requirements in that space. And so I don't think that would be a broader conversation like some of the other, where we apply these in planning commission type scenarios. And then the leachate space at a minimum, I think our committee was really looking at, that's an analysis or an evaluation that there's no record that we've seen that shows that there's been an evaluation of the public burden of how we manage leachate from the landfill. So just contextually sharing that with this group, I think we can refine that language as well and make that as a priority, evaluation for the county to consider, because it does have impacts to both county and city Corvallis infrastructure.
Thank you, Russ.
Sorry, just a quick comment. There's all sorts of different approaches to buffer at sites. It doesn't always have to involve the acquisition of property. A lot of it depends on what you're trying to permit, and where you're putting things, and what the geography is. Sometimes it can be berm, sometimes it can be vegetation. There's a variety of approaches. So I just offer that perhaps a subcommittee can think about more generalized buffer language versus, specifically suggesting land has to be acquired.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
This is something that came up as a requirement. We were looking at historical documents again, and there is a multi-year study that was done, and these are the recommendations from that study. That's should be a requirement, or that is a requirement that you already have. And it's promoting the purchase of land. So I think.
I'm not familiar with that document, but I just think the broader point, buffer has a lot of benefit in the community. But there's different ways to do that.
It wasn't going that way at all. It was going to a specific set of documents applicable to the landfill operation.
Fair enough. As I interpret it, I read it as, the applicant may need to go acquire land, so perhaps there's a little bit of wordsmithing that could be done to clarify that.
Unfortunately, this one paragraph ends up being about a page long in the deeper document.
Totally.
You read all of it, but to get it through short, it would be okay if I just sent you the section that's involved.
Sure.
To focus it.
Yeah.
Just so we can keep kissing each other.
All right, number 6.
Five.
Row 5.
Okay, this topic area deals with existing and past operations / past approvals. And the two committees are just coming at different elements of that question. So the legal and land use subcommittee has a couple of findings that address how existing operations, the legal status of existing operations, and that they can't be brought up for a new land use review, that those are existing approvals that are on record. And in light of that, the committee created a recommendation around focusing or prioritizing on addressing topics that would be relevant to review of a new conditional use permit application, and the deprioritizing an in-depth evaluation of existing and past operating approvals. So that's one element. What the CUP or past approvals, past land use actions committee has brought up is that the county should actively monitor and enforce prior land use decision conditions of approval. And also, there's a specific land use approval or a couple of land use approvals that happened in 1983. And there's a question about the site plan and narrative that were included as conditions of approval. Were those regulatory conditions, meaning that the applicant is bound to follow and implement that site plan and narrative? And the recommendation is that that needs to be determined definitively, whether that site plan and narrative are regulatory in nature, that the applicant must continue to abide by and implement. So it's various points around the question of, around the topic of existing operations and past land use approval.
Okay, John.
So are those two in conflict? Yeah, as I see, they seem contradictory. So one is like have they been in compliance? That's the second one. The first one is kind of like, let's disregard that. You can't do that anyway, so let's evaluate what's relevant. That's pretty ambiguous too. To this, what's relevant to this current CUP being proposed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna speak for either.
No, I know.
I would just say that I think what you're pointing out is that there's nuance that gets maybe lost when things are boiled down, or it is pointing out, yeah, there's an area of potential disagreement.
Well, I think we're gonna tag team this one. I think that was what you missed out. We were making eyes at each other. We're gonna tag team.
That's a separate issue.
Yeah. So when a conditional use permit comes in, it's about the conditional use permit. If we're talking about compliance on prior approvals, that's a regulatory following up separate process. It's not that they're in conflict of each other.
They can act separately.
They need to be acting separately. And I'm probably for legally oversimplifying this, but I think that that's the best way to look at it. They're not saying, no, you can't look at anything. A CUP is just about the specificity of that piece of property, that conditional use permit, and the decision has to be made about that on that. If you have a problem with whether or not for public services or Valley Landfill or Joe Blow Smith down the road is doing what they're supposed to be doing, what they said they would do, or what the conditions of the permit were on another approval, that is a whole different, separate, existing issue, whether it's the landfill or your neighbor. And that is, I think that's what we were trying to hit on here.
Okay, So why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so what I'm
And
going
please
to add is that
reintroduce yourself to the group
I'm Ginny Lucker, and I've been working with legal and land use subcommittee.
as a subcontractor to me
Yes.
for an independent look at the legal issues, not as an advocate for.
Not as an advocate for anything.
Except for clear fraud.
So when I look at these, it's like, these are talking about completely two different issues. One is, as Liz just said, the legal land use subcommittee was looking at, when you've got a land use application, you're looking at the land use application that's in front of you, and other approved land use permits cannot be brought into that. There was a comment in one of our earlier versions saying could be collaterally attached, which is a real legalese term. And unfortunately, Greg caught that and changed it into, you cannot revisit that. That is a land use decision that has been approved. And the applicant for that is the owner, the holder of the permit is responsible for complying with all the conditions of that. What we're looking at in this LUR 7 is the land use application that is coming before you now. And in that case, prior compliance, what we said should be prioritized, that cannot come into the evaluation. Now, there's a whole lot of nuance that goes with that is in subsequent recommendations. On the other hand, what the CUP committee was looking at is enforcement. It's once you have your conditional use permit, you're responsible for complying with all that. So I don't see there's any conflict as in talking about two completely different processes. And I think in the enforcement context, the CUP R1 and R4, the past compliance should be prioritized. That is the only priority. So I'm not sure these even belong together in terms of crosswalk, because they're talking about completely different things.
So clearly, there's a need to have more context, but I want to get Ed and then.
I think you just hit it. I think they don't belong on the same line.
Right.
They're not in the same road. They're not talking about the same kinds of things.
So, can I just respond to that real quickly? I agree, and I think it was, the reason we put them on the same row is because this conversation needed to happen so that people could see and understand. Oh, in some ways these are related, but in a very fundamental way, they're different.
So here's my blunt approach analysis to this. I think there are some folks that believe when the next Republic expansion CUP is filed, that the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners should be able to say, we're denying this one because you have not been in compliance on the one north of the, and this discussion was teed up in the two subcommittees to make that distinction as a practical. So there's questions out there that we're trying to answer with this. Ed,
Try to put this in context. We weren't looking at a future action. We were looking at the historical documents, and where particularly CUP R4 came up was a debate over whether we should be looking at some documents. Because the files were structured that said, okay, here are the conditions of the of this 1983 approval, and they were simple direct conditions like finish the narrative, provide this, provide that, very mechanical type activities. And we said, okay, what's that was provided? And when you go into what was submitted, it's like, okay, the terraces should be 12 feet wide, the slope should be 3%. This should be ready to, when you're done, it should be available for grazing, farming. Very, very specific engineering conditions. So when we looked at it, we said, okay, it doesn't really apply that you have to do it right now, but it really sets public expectations. People were still around from 50 years ago, that everybody agreed this is what it's going to be when you're done. Okay. It was really intended to get at, some folks said, well, you can't look at those supporting documents. You can only look at the part of the decision that says a narrative is to be provided, not that you can look at the narrative. And that's, and however, everybody shorthand, it didn't sit well.
You're doing a great job.
Because it sets, it should have, it may have set public expectations for what the conditions of this property will be when they're done with it. And you say, okay, fine, it's 50 years ago, it makes no difference. And then you start looking at current documents that say, financial assurance documents that are based on what is the property going to look like at the end of their operation. And they're very, very different because the plan and the financial assurance is predicated on meeting the minimum standards of RCRA, Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. And that says nothing about slope, nothing about terracing, nothing about grazing. It just is different. There are also nuances that say, let's leave it at that. Okay. So you've got a public expectation that, for me, I view it as a public expectation from these documents agreed to publicly in 1983 that the arguably said they weren't filed properly. But that created a set of expectations that I don't think the current documents say are enforceable. Because you've got, I don't know how many financial statements assurances have been applied in the last 50 years, but there may be a long history of these that say, hey, we're just doing the minimum RCRA standards. And it's got nothing to do with what was committed to the public before. So that may be not an issue right here, but a public relations problem the county has to address. And I don't know where to put that thing.
Well, we'll see if we can do that next Monday or Tuesday. All right, what's next? Who's up? Number 6.
So number 6 is regarding code compliance or just compliance with and compliance and monitoring of conditions of approval. The land use legal issues subcommittee and the CAS land use committee both agree that our system of evaluating and monitoring CAS land use conditions should be looked at and reviewed and updated and made more transparent to the public. So the land use committee, the legal committee says that we should enforce or to ask some questions. What mechanisms exist? Are there issues with private rights? What is missing with our current code compliance? And because the county does have a code compliance, but it is not currently very active. And the past land use committee has shown that there are some conditions that may or may not have been complied with, and There may have or may not have been complaints made, but there's no system that has tracked those complaints or any resolution to those complaints. So the past land use committee has said that we should actively monitor and enforce conditions of approval and not just wait, but proactively enforce that instead of waiting for someone to make a complaint. To make that system more transparent, widely advertise it and make it available to the public. And also to create the system, because some of the conditions of approval just state that the applicant needs to supply the county with paperwork, with other reports from other agencies, but there's really no system to track, open, transparent system that tracks that, whether those documents have been supplied to the county. So that system should be created. And also, what's the last one? Also make this applicable to all facilities in the county that create some environmental burden on the public system.
John?
Because mandamus action, sort of private right of action, I guess they're both the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, in essence, under terms of art, but a mandamus action would be asking the court to tell, in this case, Benton County, to do X. And I don't know that's separate from private right of action. I mean, the private right of action generally is someone suing directly for that enforcement.
Yeah, this is going to the court saying you require the county to enforce this.
Any questions or comments or suggestions for improvement on that? Yes, sir, Christopher, you're fine.
I just had a question for CUPR2 for the appeals process beyond communicating with the board in the normal course of its business, just sort of what you were envisioning that would look like, that appeals process.
I don't believe the committee got to the details of that appeals process, but it is to, as I recall, it was to consider something when you file a complaint, you call, you file, and no one answers the phone, 13th email comes up. Is there a mechanism to elevate that beyond the first level? Right now, one avenue is simply show up at the Board of Commissioners meeting and your public testimony, the others write a letter directly to them. This was contemplating something more formal than that, the details of which won't be fleshed out in the time allocated to the task. Ed?
And it might have been just something more administrative, not to elevate everything up to a board of commissioners.
Okay. I guess as long as the final step is still the commissioners.
Yeah, doesn't touch on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just get scared of taking things out of the hand of people who were elected. But
No, I think ultimately they're going to be the final arbiter of doing good and avoiding evil. All right, number 7, number 7.
Number 7 is basically the past land use recommendation is a subset of the sustainable materials management plan recommendation, and the SMMP is recommending that we broaden the bounds of looking more at a regional approach to the SMMP, and the legal past land use action is specifically identifying that the landfill fire and emergency services plan should also be broadened beyond the bounds of the county, and we should bring in neighboring counties to create that plan.
So in essence, these recommend the realization across subcommittees that the issues inherent here are not limited to the political confines of the Benton County board, that there are other counties, and looking at the entire waste stream or the fire shed, if that's a proper term, need to be looked at holistically, and that's going to require some cross-jurisdictional coordination. Any suggestions for improvement? All right, what's next?
Okay, so number 8 is relatively loosely connected, so bear with me as I explain it here, but essentially the SMMP recommendation is a relatively broad recommendation, really encompassing all the SMMP work, I would think, but essentially that the SMMP takes a sustainable materials management approach. It considers the 2040 Driving Communities Initiative, core values, national, state, local goals, vision documents, plans, policies, ordinances relating to materials management, climate change, and examples of those values as expressed elsewhere, and long-term strategies with short-term actions. So that relates to the CUP recommendation. I said loosely, mainly because the CUP recommendation, again, goes back to that burden of leachate that we talked about earlier. I think the connection here is essentially the environmental impact evaluation aspect of the CUP would tie into the overall goals of the SMMP. So I'm not 100% clear on the connection that we're attempting to draw here, but I think it's generally covered under the 2040 Driving Communities Initiative, the environmental goals behind that, and the acknowledgement that the CUP group is pointing out about touching on the burden of leachate could probably also be drawn out to the burden of property acquisition that we talked about earlier as well.
Any questions, comments, or suggestions for improvement? Russ?
I just for what it's worth, I really struggle to see the link, long-term sustainability vision for the county and liquids management. I mean, so liquids management is happening every day. And it does involve a number of local jurisdictions, much more so arguably than the county. I think it's a very good thing that, the community wants to contemplate diversion and whatever the path may be to less solid waste in the future. But I just, for what it's worth, would suggest those are very different items, and perhaps the discussion about leachate could live somewhere else in this crosswalk.
And it exists separately. It exists separately in the actual bodies of the document. This is really just an organization. This is not something that's going to go into the body of the report. This is just a tool for us to have a discussion. When you have time to read the 26-page version, you'll see that they are in separate silos. Mark?
I think they're connected in the sense that leachate is a particular issue that's going to be with us long after Republic Services closes Coffin View landfill. It's a particularly striking thing that will be with us perhaps not in perpetuity, but for a very long time. And so that is those are the kind of issues that we hope the SMMP will begin to consider very seriously.
Great. Ed?
In a way, they're separate in the context that you were looking at it from historical, which was an operation of the landfill. But in the future, what's different is banning PFAS. The county doesn't accept products that have the forever chemicals in them. So then that means when those solids go to the landfill, you don't have any of these forever chemicals coming through the leachate and going out. Your PFAS aren't your problem because.
Those are very much ours. They're everyone's.
in that sense, they're everybody's, but you've got it, you can't treat for it, there's no regulation of it, but maybe if people just don't use it.
Well, there's a lot of regulation that's developing now, just for clarification, at over the state levels, for sure.
That's a good point, excellent point. But I was just trying to give the example of past.
Yeah, I just, what I heard when we began this conversation, Sam, was that some of these different things in a horizontal column were considered to be similar enough that we should talk them through. This group could disagree with me all day long, it's totally fine, it's just we're a sustainability company and we work with communities all the time on sustainability plans, and I'm suggesting over, the R1 versus the R9, they're very different issues.
Yeah, and they will do that.
We're in the same boat, I'm not sure how it got there.
All right, number 9.
So the broad similarity across all three of these recommendations is to create a system that tracks documents. The second, I guess, broad is to review those documents, although the past land use recommendation doesn't specify that. I think there's a suggestion that might be added to that recommendation. There's requirements in some of the conditions of approval that the applicant submit documents, DEQ permits, other state documents to the county. And the legal land use committee appears to make a recommendation that there is a code requirement that the planning official has to review those documents. And if he determines there's some impact, that he needs to schedule a planning commission public hearing. But we don't know, so we need to make that interpretation. So I think really what this is saying is that there's some confusion about how documents should be processed and reviewed.
And that needs to be improved.
Yes.
Any questions or suggestions for improvement? All right, let's go to 10.
Number 10 has to do with the relative roles of the county and DEQ in particular. The various recommendations in that row don't necessarily conflict. They're just they're different elements of that question. So the CUP R7 recommends clarifying the intersecting role between the county and DEQ. LLU F19 does some of that. It clarifies a little bit about is there a potential role for the county in looking at a particular parameter that DEQ regulates? Because in general, DEQ has its purview and the county has its purview. And in general, they don't overlap, but is there a potential instance where those two could overlap, where the county could look at the same parameter that DEQ is looking at? So that is addressed in more detail in that F19. And then the CUP R13, we've seen this, we've had this one before, about the public burden of acquiring buffer land, but we included that here because it's also instance of DEQ's requirement, but the county potentially evaluating the impact of that.
Ed, the R7, the intersecting goals, we struggled with how to describe that. How many different words do we have, Catherine?
Okay.
And we're still gonna work on that, because we understand, DEQ has a certain level of our jurisdictions, and the county has jurisdictions. And by the example of the intersection, was on a CUP, stage expansion, 2021 expansion. So that the DEQ has said, before I be still on, I think it was her predecessor said that the DEQ doesn't look at a permit from the applicant from Republic until after the county says the CUP is ready. And it became a question of, well, if there are conditions that the county has imposed in the CUP, like screening, not an issue for DEQ, but it's a county issue. Will that screening condition follow through the DEQ documents and show up as part of the permit or some other enforceable mechanism, or will it end up as evaporated poof? And we argue over it 20 years later, did this happen? And I'm looking at it two sides. From an industrial side, if I've got it on a piece of paper on a drawing, the site plan, it says I need to have screening, I'm comfortable. But if DEQ said, well, that's not my jurisdiction, I don't have to put that in the you don't have to put it on the drawing, then the county doesn't know that you're not being required to do it.
Sure, so I think based on experience, DEQ is gonna, follow their path, and they're gonna stick to what they review, and that's gonna be the criteria for their decision making. I think something, probably better word than ancillary, but lack of a better term for now, something ancillary that's important to the county that may not fall within that DEQ lane. I suggest seen it in other places where counties will approach it in all sorts of different ways. Sometimes it's commissioners saying, at a point of approval, we expect you to come back in a year and give us an update on this, or we want a written, report on whatever cadence or interim, or we're gonna assign this to this particular body to follow up on. You applicant as part of this, are expected to follow through. So super generalized response finding, but there are different ways that the county can go about it, independent of just these two respective paths.
And we just didn't know what those paths were. Sure. Again, we're looking at historical things and saying, gee, if you take that experience and the next one's coming up, there's some potential for misunderstanding.
And I'd like to believe that it doesn't always have to be shall, right? It doesn't always have to be mandatory. If you've got good cooperative partners, it's understood that it's relevant. Why wouldn't we want to figure out a way to work with a partner?
I don't think there's,
Yep. I'm just
saying, how did this happen?
For sure. No, totally fair. I'm just suggesting there are perhaps a couple different ways to go about it. I'm not pretending to speak for DEQ, but my bet would be that they're just going to stick to their plan.
So, Audrey, I do want to give you an opportunity because your acronym is being used here, so you can speak to it.
Thank you. DEQ has always said that land use decisions are made at the local level. And we do not want to review an application or a modification application if until the land use process is completed. I don't know how to address the concern or the comment about the line between environmental and land use. We would look at the environmental side of what is needed to approve an expansion of a site development plan, for example, or design criteria, or we would look at that under our statute and regulations that apply for landfills.
So let me try to frame this again and ask Jenny to explain this. Again, going back to the assessment day, some of the issues I heard were people say, we want the county to do X, require X of Republic Services. And the county's response was, well, we can't do that because that's something within DEQ's jurisdiction, and it's because it's of the environmental nature. And so there was and continues to be frustration over that dynamic. I think the distinction can be easily stated, but hard to implement on the ground. And so Jenny came up with a great bumper sticker worthy distinction about the differences in this overlap. All your, Tim, do you remember your brilliance?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, then I came up with.
You can take credit for it, because I don't remember what I said.
It's in one of the findings, and in the moment I don't remember it, I was hoping you did, but it is that there's an environmental issue, while it is within the jurisdiction of DEQ, can impact one of the three criterion, and therefore be land use fixable or
I'm not sure
addressable.
that's bumper sticker worthy, but.
Yeah, okay.
It would be hard to put on a bumper sticker.
Yeah, just a line. You have to have a van.
Okay.
But that's the distinction, that there is, the Venn diagrams are in fact process. The mere statement that, oh, it's environmental, therefore the county can't touch it, is not literally true. It's saying that environmental issues, and these are general statements, are within the jurisdiction of DEQ. However, some of those impacts that are coming could also impact the character of the area and what have you. Is that fair?
That's exactly right, yes.
Okay. Audrey?
Yeah, so one thing that I keep hearing is going back and looking at what was approved in the past and whether that was in compliance with requirements at the time or with current requirements. And I think that has been something that's been very hard for DEQ to assist with, because our files from the past haven't been that great. And what we have been trying to focus on is what is currently approved, what are the current land use documents that are in place, and how do we focus on what DEQ has approved currently, and then what would we look at for future changes. And so it's been very hard for DEQ to say, well, it's not something that's easy for DEQ to go back and look at what was in compliance or not in compliance. For example, with people that were doing the work at DEQ prior to me working at DEQ. So what we have been trying to focus on is what are the current approved documents that DEQ is relying on for compliance with the DEQ permits, DEQ plans that have been approved, and how do we focus on those rather than trying to go back and look at what might have been missed in the past. And so I know that has been frustrating, particularly with the CUP work group, trying to identify what DEQ files might have that could lend to, did DEQ miss something in the past from a compliance standpoint? And then did the county miss something in the past from a compliance standpoint? And that's just been very hard for DEQ to provide a lot more on. And I don't know if that's helpful or not for all of the work groups and where they're at right now. But it's been.
Thank you. This is a very important process note. Darren, where's dinner? Is it out there, or are we ready to go?
It is.
Can you check and see? That might be your highest and best use. Bada bing, bada boom.
There it is.
There's dinner?
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to break and come back promptly at 5:30. So I mark the check break. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. It is approximately 5:34, and we are back to the document. I believe row 11, the topics there are up next. Who is the staff person for that? Please fire away.
All right, so row 11 deals with the topic of conditions of approval, and these two recommendations, what's a finding and a recommendation. They aren't necessarily, or not necessarily in conflict, but it's just a case where the nuances need to be checked, I think, to ensure alignment. So the legal and land use issues finding is that statements made by an applicant do not become conditions of approval unless those statements are specifically included or incorporated into the final decision. And the related recommendation from the past land use actions subcommittee, one that we talked about earlier, about determining if the site plan and narrative from this 1983 series of land use actions are regulatory conditions that the landfill is required to follow or was required to follow. So there's I guess one question is for that CUPR 5, is the intent that that determination be made by this work group or by another subcommittee, or is it up to the county? Again, the legal land use finding gives some information about how to make that kind of a determination, but doesn't answer the question.
Sorry, I was just trying to get, which page are you on exactly?
We're on line 11.
Line 11.
Page 7. I'll take it. Is it okay if I answer that? This was really, again, looking at historical documents and trying to understand what was written and what somebody contemporaneously could understand. And there was a lot of discussion in the county said up front that these are probably not enforceable just because it's only saying a directive to the applicant, go do something. And I said, okay, but what's the go do something? And when you look at the documents supplied by the applicant, they were very specific in the design of the landfill. The final uses, like returning it to farmland. The slope should be terraced. There should be screened from public view. So you take these 5 lines of like 3 words each that were the conditions, and you see that, oh my gosh, there's 64 pages of description backing this up that I could build this from. So that's a way that a publicly executed process collected what the community wanted to see documented. Unfortunately, we'll go back and forth, I'm sure, for a while longer. It may not have any legal standing from this perspective right now. And Jimmy, I'm sure you'll comment on that.
But it does build an expectation, and you see, okay, this is what the community thought they were getting in 1983, and well, maybe they are getting it. And we don't know about it, because we get into this argument of, well, it's not right to execute those closure plans, because they're not at the stage of closure for DEQ requirements, who has the jurisdiction over what is deemed closure. You say, okay, fine, so that means nobody discusses this until you get to closure. That may be 10, 15 years out, and then the community understands they have nothing to rely on that says this is supposed to look okay when it's closed. And what I'm telling it like a story because it's an unfortunate story. You said, all right, how do you, how did that happen? You said, you don't know. Are there any other clues? We're just looking at documents again. And there's the question of closure is, what does closure mean? And that led us to some recent submittals from the public that you're required to do as part of financial assurance. That is the worst case closure and post-closure plan. So if you folks decided that you're done today and we're not going to put any more stuff in a cell, there's money available to close, for the county or yourselves to close the overall facility to certain conditions. When you look at those conditions, there's a minimum federal conditions that DEQ supplies. But that means, in simplest terms, just a grass slope. Thick cover with the grass. There's a bunch more than I should furrow brow. It's about yay thick. The document's 100.
Yeah,
100 pages.
Puzzle brow, not furrow brow.
Okay, there's a bunch in there. I'm just trying to pick out one that maybe people can relate to. And you say, okay, that's the minimum. So maybe the expectation was it was going to be returned to farmland and grazing back in '83. But right now, the reality is the regulations only are obligating Republic to work to the minimum standards. And those don't, and minimum isn't, in a negative sense, it's you're fully compliant with what the federal government and the DEQ says is the way to close it. And they said, okay, that's fine. Look at the fine print again. It says in the document, well, we've already closed 34 out of 150 acres, something like that. I said, all right. So the plan that comes out says that's submitted to DEQ, and if nobody in the county looks at it, you're thinking, well, there's money there to close this facility the way, and I don't know what your expectations were, whether it's the 83 expectations or the ones that are just a grassy slope. And then we look a little deeper, and the document says, well, this part of the landfill, this 34 acres, is already closed. So we're not going to do anything with it. There's no money in here to do anything with it. It's only what's considered active that's going to be enclosed that is part of the financial assurance. Well, it gets a little thicker when you look at the numbers. There is no money in the $15 million that of financial assurance to do anything with quote closed landfill. And Marge is looking at you like I'm speaking gobbledygook here. But you know, all that part of the property that is got slope side, that people have said, well, you know, when is something gonna happen on it. The approved accepted plans in DEQ don't mention anything about doing anything on that property. And it is clearly called closed. It shows up on the Republic drawings as closed. As I said, there's no money in the financial assurance for it. Shortening the story up, great chance of conflict. The Republic is fully compliant with all of the DEQ requirements. We've got expectations that were set, maybe old, 50 years old. But if I were the company and I said, well, I'm ready to close this, and I've given you 5 financial assurances that are based on doing a certain DEQ scope. You want to do something else, go find the money. And that might be $5 million. So I'm looking at you there because I'm trying to get the point across. The county's review of the documents, to understand what's in there is important, even though they're reviewed by the DEQ, they meet the federal requirements, they meet the state requirements. They may be different from what the community expects. And you've got to come at getting at that somehow. And we've struggled, counting how many, I can't count the hours, we struggled with how to say that in something more formally that's appropriate for a report. But that's the essence of the issue in the conflicts. There's more, and there's other layers. What we try to do in the CUP documentation is lay out each one of those documents and not make an opinion on it, compliance or non-compliance, but also then if there seem to be these disconnects, that those end up as a finding. So when Greg, you kind of looked at it and you said, well, I can't understand this intersection stuff. I'm trying to explain what an intersection is. We couldn't get that in a short paragraph. But we're saying, you know, folks, look here and please figure out how you're going to make sure everything works and the community understands what's available to them and what's legally available. And do you have the money to do what you want to do?
So, a quick time out here, and I just want to make sure I'm tracking and calculating. This is yet another example of the incredible detail that that group went to in looking at the past. And what we have in front of us right now are these, a finding from the legal subcommittee and a recommendation from the other. I believe how this issue came originally was that there was a disagreement that if something like a site plan was not literally a condition of approval, that it could not be enforced, versus it's in some of the conditions it said attached site plan. And it was physically attached, therefore the question became, is that compliance? The argument was, yes, it is, no, it isn't, yes, it is, no, it isn't. The legal subcommittee finding is saying, do not be statements made at the meetings that are not conditions of approval unless they're literally written out as a condition. Okay, and documents that are required need to be written out as a condition. There is an agreement going forward that the county needs to be clearer and more specific about these issues so they don't happen again. So that it says a condition is a site plan which deals with the following things. And that is specifically in there. And then the supplementary recommendations and other parts of the document are saying, and they should not just be looked at and said, check, it's there, but studied to see what's missing, has it been enforced, is this detail and that detail. The specific example slash, as Ed called it, story he was using is simply to illustrate how that problem has played out. If that you as a subcommittee want a specific finding and recommendation on that issue, the 5 million, is it there or not there? I think we should do that and tee it up for next time. But
Let me clarify, no, we're not saying, we're not going to that level of detail.
okay, fine, then great.
It's,
Do we get stats?
somebody has to look at this class of documents.
Right, to make sure that they're understood and enforced. Okay, so that's the sole purpose of these findings, not to go back and debate, is there $5,000 missing out of the end plan or not? It's not to diminish that issue, but the sole purpose of this is to say the county needs to do better. All right, Catherine?
I'm not sure I could have said it any better between the two of you,
Oh, okay.
but I will just reinforce that, you know, again, our charge was to evaluate and come to some conclusion as to whether or not compliance had been met. This was one of those that we struggled with because it remains unclear. And I think both of you have really illustrated, but I will just reinforce that this is why it's landing in these recommendations. There are gaps either in the process or gaps in how we did the land use specific or even the documents at the end. That are important to understand historically, so that we ensure that we meet the community's expectations and county's expectation and the public's expectations moving forward.
Okay. All right, let's move on to number 12. Who's speaking on that?
Oh, summarize that one as well.
And I note that when Daniel addresses the group, he stands, but you chose not to do that. Is there some?
Sam, I was taking my cues from you.
I see. Okay, very well played. Very well played. I tip my hat to you.
All right, line 12, row 12, deals with the 2002 memorandum of understanding between Benton County and Republic Services. And the Valley Landfills. The third column, CUP R6, which is, I guess, pending finalization, but the potential recommendation there is to determine the applicability and authority of the 2002 memorandum of understanding as it relates to pre-2002 conditions of approval. This relates also to the topic we were just discussing around the 1983 land use. But so that's the recommendation. The LLU F16 finding from the legal subcommittee addresses that recommendation. So I guess the question is, does it adequately address it? And then moving further to the left, the landfill size and capacity committee has a couple of findings, 33 and 34, that also relate to that 2002 memorandum of understanding, and put forward some points about what was approved in 1983 and how the 2002 memorandum relates to that. So all of these cover related territory, and they seem to need some alignment or some time tuning.
So we're specific, so a couple just to update, the section under the legal, that is a relatively new finding that the CUP folks should read that, because it is a different finding than it was previously. So in the cocktail party sense of explanation, that memo in the drafts that you saw when you CUPers were working, basically said that the county and Republic agree that the 2002 MOU clarified and said what activities, in essence, they said Republic is in compliance as of the date of that 2002 signature. After further discussion, Jenny and I talked, and then Jenny wrote what you see in essence here, which is new. And it's basically saying, not so fast on that prior conclusion. And so we're asking you, obviously not in the moment, but to look at that and see if that changes any disagreement that you all were having in that subcommittee. But I'm feeling like I didn't quite do that enough justice. So Jenny, could you, since you were the primary scrivener, please correct me if I misspoke inadvertently. Or even
No,
I spoke.
I think what, after discussion and after seeing, there was a disconnect between what the conditional use group was looking at and what, at least I thought we were looking at. The 2002 MOU was intended to determine what you could do on the cells north of the road, supposed to, it didn't relate to south of the road. It had background and had relied on land use compatibility statements that were sent to DEQ about the context of that. And what the land use compatibility statements, the LUCs, stated was that, and this was signed by the county planning director, that as of, this is 2000 LUCs, as of that date, the Republic or precursor to the Republic was in compliance with county regulations. It did not specifically address conditions. Now, arguably, if you're in compliance with regulations, because the conditions are based on regulations, you are also in compliance with conditions. The MOU did not go that far. It says you're in compliance as of that date with county regulations. It did not say those any conditions of approval are done and passed and we can go forward and you don't need to worry about those anymore. It did not in any way supersede or negate any conditions of past approvals.
So, to underscore this a little further, there were arguments and discussions going back and forth that in essence said the 2002 MOU stands for the proposition that Republic was in compliance on everything as of that date. The further clarifications make it clear, even assuming that is true. Let's assume that that is true. That does not preclude the county from enforcing current lack of compliance on the same things. So using the shrub example or the screening example, let's assume that memo is a definitive statement that while it says there needs to be screening, and there wasn't any screening, we're saying you're in compliance as of that date. That this memo is not to be read to mean that someone can't tomorrow morning file a mandamus action to get the screening put up. Now, there'd be all kinds of other arguments, factual and legal and that, but just focusing in on what that memo says and doesn't say. This issue, and you'll read more about it in the body, we have spent and given a lot of attention to this issue. I'm not quite sure we're 100% there yet, but we are closer than we've ever been in the last week to the resolution of that. So unless there's any questions or comments, it's really something that we would have to, you'd have to read and look at in the body of the documents to truly understand. All right, thank you. 13.
So that one's me. I'm gonna sit in solidarity with Greg.
Go ahead.
Definitely not just too full. So 13, you'll see there's just one recommendation there. It's obviously not a comparison. And that is because we're sort of calling out the opportunity for comparison to future work with the other subcommittee groups. Though this recommendation that the county clarify when formal approval of cell 6, aka the quarry, as a disposal area was granted. That question was posed to the county by the subcommittee. County staff are currently working on it, and they want to memorialize this recommendation just in case it doesn't get worked on by the other subcommittees in the very short amount of time that we have left. So this is called out as a discussion item, and currently it's not clear when or if that cell 6 was approved as a disposal area.
And there's a distinction here between county approval and DEQ approval. There are two different approvals here that go into, when we say approval of cell 6, let's just call it approval of quarry. There's two potential areas for approval or disapproval, the county and then DEQ, and both of those issues. And I think we that should be called out in this recommendation. It's both from the county's perspective and from DEQ's perspective. I believe is what we were talking about last night. Ed.
Where this comes as are we talking about the same 1983 decision that PC? Yeah,
83 something.
I'm backed up. Never mind.
There is a question as to whether or not the 83 approval granted Bill in this cell 6 area. So it does relate loosely to the 83. That's sort of buried in the question of whether or not it was granted already.
And the trouble with the 83 one was the description. I haven't seen, and maybe I could not find the drawing that included the
Quarry
area.
Well, actually, I think you found a drawing that did not
include it. It
Right.
specifically said that landfilling will be conducted, within this area, and the quarry is not within that area.
Yeah, I think
So
we can
that's
cross the
going
same.
back
the
to
same
the, you can't use something that says the opposite, if that's part of the argument. And looking at R6, is there a drawing that shows it? Is there a descriptor? That's what'll come out when we do further discussions. So I'm very clear on that.
Anything else on our friend the quarry?
I'll just add that this topic is on the legal and land use issues task list to work on in the ample time remaining.
Okay. What's next year? We're on findings now. Page 9, row 1 of findings. Speaking of this.
I think I will. So we identified 3 areas of findings that had some overlap and just wanted to point them out to folks. This first one is again the finding that we discussed earlier about from the legal and land use issues committee about statements made by an applicant do not become conditions of approval unless they are specifically included as conditions of approval. And there's a finding in the past land use actions that we discussed earlier as well. And so it's just regarding that site plan and narrative. And so it's just pointing out here's two areas that touch on the same thing. We need to make sure that ultimately there's some calibration between those two. And similarly, number two, so that relates, sorry, I'll say that's better. That first row 1 relates to row 11 in our recommendations section of this spreadsheet. Row 2 in the findings relates to row 12 in the recommendations. So it's just pointing out that not only at the recommendations level do we need to make sure things align, but also at the findings level. And then the third one, row 10, in the
finding, and the recommendations, sorry, relates to row 10 in the recommendation.
so row 3 in the findings relates to row 10 in the recommendation. And our analysis has been focused on recommendations, but those recommendations stream from findings, so we can make sure that the findings are also updated or considered.
Any questions, comments, or suggestions for improvement? All right, and you covered 2 at the same time,
Yeah,
Greg?
1, 2, and 3.
And 1, 2, and 3, okay. And that's it, all right. So now, thank you for that. That was good information to the subcommittee to continue. And now, Mary, if you could bring up the 26-page the 8.5 by 11 focus version of this, which will be the focus of our remaining review time. If we go to page 2, here are all of the SMMP findings and all of the SMMP recommendations. What I am suggesting is we take a X number of minutes per topic and say, please, in other words, I'll say, please read the 7 SMMP findings. And then, be jotting down any questions, comments, or suggestions for improvement. And then I'll start calling on people. So just give everyone a chance just to skim them. There's 7 of them, pretty straightforward. And then we'll do the same for recommendations. And maybe just put your cards up when you're finished reading, and then I'll know when to engage in the conversation. So in a nutshell, I think it's fair to say that the members of the SMMP subcommittee, it really came together, and that these findings are as far along as any other group, with the possible exception of the outreach committee. In other words, there's a lot of internal fidelity in the subcommittee surrounding those findings. So the question for the work group meeting, put your tents down now, please. Now put them back up. Now put them down. Okay. Do you have any suggestions for an improvement, questions for clarification or suggestions for improvement, including like is one missing or something? Yes, Catherine, okay.
I'm curious about the finding 5, that the research and development aspects of the planning process can occur concurrently with public engagement. Just curious. I guess, is the planning process the actual creation of the SMMP, first of all, and if it is, then, yeah, I don't know. I'm just
Yes,
curious.
is the short answer to that. So maybe we can make it clear that that's the process you're referring to is actually, while that is being created, it can happen at the same time.
I guess, does it make sense? I mean, this finding, it sounds like this is how it's been done in other communities. Is that what the, I'm not sure if I'm looking, I can't remember who's on the committee, sorry.
Over here, right this row.
All right.
I'm happy to approach the context of, so yeah, I think the context for this is really helpful. So this was essentially in the process of trying to figure out how long different parts of the planning process would take, which was kind of a unique, challenging question for the group. And so working our way through that, where we mentioned essentially how time intensive outreach and engagement portions of the planning process could be. For instance, if there's 10 meetings a year for 2 years, that could really put a huge definition as to how long the whole process could take. But we wanted to also point out that other aspects of the planning and development of the SMMP could take place during this outreach and engagement effort, sort of simultaneously. So it wouldn't necessarily be, outreach and engagement happens over the course of 2 years, and then it takes 2 years to develop a plan based on that. So it's, I think without the context, it's hard to understand what this is getting at. I think context would be really helpful here. I don't know if that sort of answers some of the underlying questions.
No, that does help. I guess I'm just thinking that if this, that having, I guess it would just be, this kind of comes back to the public engagement, public process aspect of all of this, and that I feel like the process should just be really clearly defined then, just so it's not making staff or whoever's working on this have the total runaround of trying to go back and correct things constantly. And then also, so it's really clear to the public, because I imagine if you're doing 2 years of outreach while you're working on this, there are going to be stages of that and how, at what point people give input for certain things.
Thanks. Catherine?
I just have a question. Maybe it lands here, maybe it's forthcoming with any consultant we might bring on, but what's the scope of public engagement? As far as in the county, are we talking countywide? Are we talking, other municipalities and counties around us? Any sense of what that public engagement might look like?
It's a good question for the whole group, but I think generally what we talked about is leaning towards as much public engagement as possible. I don't think we actually touched on specifically engaging at a community level outside of Benton County. We talked about engaging with other stakeholders that are outside of Benton County in a sort of who should be at the table perspective, but not necessarily at the same sort of community engagement level that you might have at like a town hall meeting in a community outside Benton County. So I think that's a good question, but essentially we didn't go into that level of detail, and folks correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I think to that, I think that we, the whole idea of outside of Benton County engagement, research of political entities and so forth came up late in our discussion. So we'll probably have some more discussion about that. But I think in general, my sense is that what the RFP calls for is for the consultant to help define that. And I would think that would be proposed as as part of their proposal, frankly, because that's such an important part of what this would be about. just to add on to your question, I think that I think we also are thinking of certain aspects of research that could go concurrently with a whole level of public engagement that wouldn't require a whole lot of public engagement. The information is out there. It might be industry based. It might be international information. And why hold that up while we're, carrying on this public conversation?
That helps. Can I just ask one more question related to that then? If possible, can we consider actually, not knowing exactly what that might look like of having experience in this space? Are we expecting this public engagement to be central to Corvallis, Benton County, like the core? Or are we expecting to, or would this group consider, making a recommendation that we also take this conversation to the more rural parts of Benton County? So it's easy for those of us in Corvallis to hop on over to the California building. If we live in LC on a day like today, or any other day for that matter, it's not quite as easy. Same thing with our southern county members who might also be interested in this topic. So maybe just to put it out there on the bookshelf to consider.
Absolutely, I agree. I mean, I think we were considering all of that, the whole entire county, and we, in the stakeholders, we could find it wasn't it wasn't held back by geographic boundaries or identifying particular locations. It was really much more broad.
I just wanted to mention though, that subcommittee E had some suggestions along those lines as well, of community engagement.
And on page 4, SMNPR 16 cross references to the E1 work. And that could be more specific as we get further into refining it, but that's exactly the goal is to try that cross reference.
And just briefly, there's another piece from the open house feedback that we got for SMMP work, where an individual basically came and said, one piece relating to outreach is meet people where they are. And I think we discussed that after the fact, and we sort of all had a pretty strong consensus that would certainly be where the group would head recommendation wise, and obviously that hasn't been captured, so I think that was a really good point.
Great. Anything else on the SMMP draft findings or input that group on the findings? All right, so thinking out loud about how to manage this, there are 24 specific recommendations, and I believe there was a consensus of all. Mark, do you remember, there was a consensus on these recommendations, wasn't there, from the SMMP subcommittee? You guys all agreed that these recommendations make sense? Or were there some that are still?
Well, informally.
John, what is your memory of where you all left off on these 24 SMMP recommendations?
Where we left off.
In other words, do you consider yourself complete on them? Or you want to?
I think we're very close to the finish. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless we're missing something.
Okay.
And that we're welcoming.
So I guess the homework for me in the moment is take a few minutes and read them. And I'm going to suggest for this round, look for things that are missing. And that you think that they need to add to that, and then we'll have more time at our last meeting and in between now and the last meeting to look at them in more detail. All right. Daniel, it's a quick question. There is a detailed scope table of contents of what the future SMMP is gonna look like, or the topics that you all want covered in that future SMMP. I'm not in the moment finding a finding or a recommendation that calls that out specifically. And I'm not asking you to necessarily look for it now, but I'm suggesting that in a there should be a recommendation that says the subcommittee put together a conceptual table of contents for the topics to be covered. And we recommend, that they be part of the scope that's in the RFP to get a consultant.
I think the intention was to cover it in R10, but I think we could explain it in more detail. We referred to them as the subjects listed in the full subcommittee report, but I think
A better highlight on it, because there was a lot of excellent work that was done there to tee that up. Marge and Catherine.
Yeah, well, I thought that in our discussions, we highlighted the 2040 Thriving Communities Initiative core values more than I see in these 24 recommendations. I see it in recommendation number 1, sub-point 2, but that's not the way I would have. I just think that's such an important thing that it should be a recommendation on its own, of its own. And then I also don't see the international aspect highlighted here, and I may just be missing it. But I think that's really important because I think that European countries are so far ahead of us. And I think things are gonna happen really fast over the next 15 years. And in this field. And I think we need to be prepared to operate at that level, to talk to And I think that our community supports that. I think the Benton County community supports that kind of forward thinking for the United States. It's not forward thinking for other countries.
Right.
It is for us.
I think it's covered in R6, but again, I think, you know, we can easily highlight that more.
Yeah, I think it should be highlighted. I wouldn't, put the emphasis on another syllable there. I just think that's a really crucial issue. And the other thing that we talked about was to really consider the unique aspects of our county. Our county has a university, our county has lumber, forests, rivers, they're just unique aspects to our county. And the consultant should be able to internalize those and design a plan, help us design a plan that takes advantage of the assets that we have here.
Right.
And just a small point here on SMMP R4. It says an aspirational goal could include how materials in Benton County can fit into a circular economy framework. Again, that's something that over the next 15 years, I think it's going to be a real common way that people talk about managing waste, that are managing their lives. And the idea of a circular economy, the idea that the producer and the manufacturer have to be held responsible for the entire life cycle of their products. And so to me, I wouldn't say that as aspirational. I would say that's the goal for us.
And on that last point, last night when I was trying to create more active voice out of some of this, this is an example of agreeing with the point that it's actually a goal, not one that we're in. Right.
Yeah.
And so, unfortunately, this program didn't catch that one, but that's a good example of we can look for better, more forceful. Catherine.
Yeah, I want to, I'm looking at SMMP R20 that talks about the inclusion of a technical advisory committee, which vets technical information from a consultant and gets to a place of consensus. And it goes on to say, and a community advisory committee, which provides a review of the technical experts' areas of disagreements. And it talks then about including some of the members of the SMMP subcommittee in that citizen advisory committee. I'd really like to see our community have the opportunity to be more engaged. And I know that that will fall under the scope of what the consultant kind of has as, an ideal format for this process. In my experience, a lot of times the technical advisory committee, there's just a limit to how many folks you can have at the table. And it becomes then very acute, even though that may be a broad cross section. Oftentimes that community voice or community continued involvement beyond just a review process, which is how it's laid out here, is kind of lost or can be lost in that space. So is there a way to broaden the scope of community, either through an advisory committee or just public interaction with this group? So it isn't just narrowed into that technical advisory committee group as well. I suspect this is going to be a topic that's going to have a great deal of interest in Benton County that would allow us to bring other perspectives to the table in the process.
Thank you for that. Catherine.
So just from my own information, just to wrap my head around the recommendations, the SMMP informs what it will inform county goals. Does it inform other aspects like land use aspects, franchise, future franchise agreements? I guess just overall, what is the overall purpose and how will it be used? Because I think depending on the answer to that, there are definitely some stronger recommendations that could be made or things that maybe don't need to be in there.
Well, the SMMP has been a desire of the county and the community for quite some time now. And that is being teed up here for implementation after this work group is done. There is a petition in the community going around that if you sign it, you're in essence saying that the SMMP should be done before action is taken on the next expansion CUP. So there's a relationship there. And then as to the hauling franchise agreement, it's up for reopening. And it's a function of what your employer, the city of Corvallis, agrees to with Republic and work coming out of this particular BCTT. It can go into and be related to those subjects. So there's a lot of crossover.
Yeah.
Issues. So, but I think it would be great to hear where things you could be stronger from your perspective.
Well, I guess my question, to be more specific, is like, for example, if we get into, I agree that I think there should be an aspect that looks at technology and the future of waste management. But then where does it go? So we just have, I mean, like, where does it go from there? So we have this discussion about, look at all this amazing technology, look what they're doing in Europe, look at these incredible things, and then what? There's no requirement that that's adopted. I don't want to waste everyone's time and then it truly is just aspirational and it's not, and it doesn't go anywhere. So I'm just concerned about, that's why I'm curious about like, what does this inform and how much of this is actually going to be binding, or I wouldn't want it to just be an aspirational document.
So I'll take John and then Marge.
I like the question. I don't know the answer. It's something I think our subcommittee should take up. And, I think this work group is in the mode of making recommendations to the board of commissioners. So we could add to our document, recommendations of how this should be used. How should this be, to make sure it does not just land on a shelf and it's a nice reference guide that somebody, may use, but to actually point to some strategic ways of using it.
Marge.
Well, we did talk about it, actually pretty extensively. And, I don't want to put you on the spot there, but you had some pretty darn good ideas about how to fold it. You went in Brent, I believe as well, but you in particular, and how to hold a consultant to coming up with a plan, and then how that plan would in fact work in our community. But you could say it better, so please.
Yeah, and I think just by historical speaking of these plans is the engagement that you're already seeing here, the involvement already up front, and what that document comes to, and what typically comes out of is recommendations from your consultant or contractor, right? That's going to come forward to the board for basically an adoption of that, which then drives staff to move those recommendations forward. And I think that's the engagement we're looking for.
But I initially what you said, I think this should be one of our points is what is the plan for implementation?
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a
maybe
nice
that's a better
frame.
way of putting it.
Now, how do we get from here to there? Yeah, I think that's essential.
Yeah.
Daniel, and then we need to.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, I think, generally these plans include implementation plans. So like when the county would adopt the solid sustainable materials management plan, it would also be adopting an implementation process. And to Brian's point, this is gonna be a really critical tool for staff to use in everyday decision-making. Every time it goes to the Board of Commissioners and asks for, what approach should be taken, we'll have a document to point to and say, this is sort of the recommendation that we already got into way back when. So having that as a tool for future decision-making, and I think it can span a lot of different types of decision-making as it relates to the content of the plan. So the content of this plan, I don't think anybody held back in terms of what they're hoping this plan covers. So it really could be extremely extensive in terms of the types of decision-making it touches, but in general, it would and should include an implementation process.
Oh, okay, my view on that would be that it's more than an implementation. It's a statement of how do we get from where we are to where we're going? What is that map? What are the points on that map? And what does it take to get from point to point?
Right.
And because you say implementation and that's kind of like, yeah, that we have to say it, we'll implement it. But we
It's
need
what
to describe.
It's what's the specific work plan to get it to
Yes,
completion.
yes.
All right, thank you. Next up is landfill size, capacity, and longevity, A1 subcommittee, and this goes from pages 5 to 11. And as a quick overview, this particular section involves numbers and equations and other kinds of things and spreadsheets, Excel, it uses Excel, and so, and charts and what have you. And I believe that it is not quite there yet. For your careful review, it will be by the end of next week in all probability. Let me just give you some highlights. Again, going back to the assessment, as the assessment report, you can see how they're coming together. I noted this incredible disagreement in the community when they were asked, what asked people, when's the landfill going to close? And I would get these dramatically different dates and senses of who said what and why, and it was a point of conflict. And I'm not saying that this subcommittee is going to resolve that. I am suggesting that they really, really dug in and created key findings about the remaining estimated life based upon what has happened in the past and how Republic does its projections. And they laid that out for the remaining life on page 6, the landfill size, the capacity issues, the intake tonnage issues, they go on, and specific locations and the footprint size and structure. And they really dug into all of those particular documents. The piece that not here, so we are going to talk about it. What date do we meet for this group?
We have one.
But it's usually a Wednesday, a Tuesday.
It's been every day.
Yeah, well, that actually, that is actually true. I think this subcommittee and its sub parts met for about 6 hours yesterday in different segments of time. But I want to call your attention to page 5. Finding F3, just take a minute and and read that finding, and then we'll talk a little bit about it. Yeah, outlines the next step. So, the piece that will be discussed next week are going to include these other factors, including human factors that can infill landfill life, but not included in the baseline calculation, and could affect closure dates. And that still is a work in progress, and but drafts have been going back and forth, and we'll have more information next week. The other, and you can maybe tell me where this is, and we only have a placeholder right now. But this is the issue of, I'll call it the sequencing issue, the timing issue between when cell 6 is ready to accept solid waste, at what level of excavation will take place, which increases airspace, and how this fits in and the timing associated with that. We believe that that's an important, and it's a factor that the decision makers will want to know and understand. You know, what is that sequencing? And
31 on page 9.
Page 9 to 31. So just take a minute and just read 31. So, Daniel, anything you want to add to that overview? And I will have one question when it comes to capacity that I want to ask Republic about, but anything more about where we are in timing wise? And Ginger, you were Republic's representative, our Republic's representative on that, along with 2 other folks. So any comments you want to make on that quarry, and when we might expect more information and how this lines up after Russ?
Yeah, I think, yeah, Corey, I think we're having regular meetings with Knife River. I actually had some conversations last week, and I anticipate we'll probably be able to disclose more details surrounding that excavation project within the next 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Louisa.
I was wondering, is there any data or any from other communities if how much waste going into landfill could decrease with the SMMP plan in place? And if that was the capacity landfill filling sessions.
I can speak to that a bit. So this was based on feedback that we got from the planning commission as well, essentially pointing out that the SNMP being generally focused on what Benton County can do within its jurisdictional kind of bounds, won't impact very much waste going into landfill because Benton County's contribution to landfill isn't huge. So I think sort of in our minds, separating the SMMP from specifically impacting tonnage to the landfill, I think is important. SMMP surrounds broader impact associated with the full life cycle of materials. That being said, in the SMMP findings and recommendations, I think we essentially call out the opportunity to connect more broadly with neighboring counties to address larger issues associated with material also being taken to the landfill, but broader than that, how do we affect material impacts happening before consumers get that material upstream in production, for example. So I think I just wanted to call out that there's sort of two frames of thinking about it, and generally SMMP as it stands, as it's within Benton County's boundaries, wouldn't generally impact the tonnage going into the landfill very much.
I think we have talked about that before too.
And Ginger?
The only thing I wanted to say about the findings and recommendations on the Site Life Subcommittee, in deference to all the other committee members who are not here, is that these have not been, the language in these have not been fully vetted by the entire subcommittee. I worked on the language with Daniel and Paul yesterday. We had a lot of redundancy, a lot of crisscross everywhere, and so in fairness to those other subcommittee members who've been working really hard to find consensus, I know Ken's on the line, for example, I believe Chuck Gilbert is, they have not had a chance to weigh in on this yet, so I do expect some changes between now and the next meeting.
And that's another reason why I'm suggesting that, we not dive into the details, because for that reason, and the others mentioned, give them that opportunity. Mark?
Well, I truly like to ask for public services, because I would imagine that they've been doing a lot of future planning around this issue themselves, about what does it mean when producers are going to be asked to be responsible for an entire life cycle of their product. So I imagine that Republic Services has some really pretty good insight as to how the level of waste might change over the future, or maybe they think that this isn't gonna happen. I don't know, but I'd be curious, I'd be real curious to hear a point of view from Republic.
There's a lot there, Marge. So I think somewhere in here, there's some reference to EPR to some extent. You're talking a little bit about extended producer responsibility and, increasingly packaging companies integrating, more recycled content into their packaging. And theoretically, some people will argue that extended producer responsibility programs are designed to solve that. There's a lot of debate about EPR. There are a few states that have implemented it. Those programs are not yet active. EPR is broad ranging. It can have all sorts of different shapes and iterations, and it can be big and macro, or it can be super focused on tinier things. The other thing I just sort of share, so just, before they go there, where it has been implemented in North America, I'd encourage you to take a look at Vancouver, because it's not worked the way the conceivers intended. You've actually seen diversion rates decrease, and disposal rates have been steady, if not marginally increased. So there's a lot that can be learned from that implementation. And, as you guys go down your SSMP path, I strongly encourage you to study that. We've got some things we could point you to. If you're honing in more on like plastics, we're super bullish on opportunities to get more plastics out of the environment, get more plastics out of the waste stream, and get those plastics reintegrated into sort of proper circularity and future packaging. Today, unfortunately, the bulk of plastics that are recycled are largely downcycled. It's better than going into a landfill, but it's still carpeting and park benches and things like that. So I'm not going to belabor the point here, but we actually have first in our industry plan to get those plastics back into future packaging and out of the present waste stream. So I believe if you're talking about future implementation of that plan, it's going to come online in Vegas, I think, starting next year, basically, maybe end of this year. I think we'll have real data to show that it is actually removing volume from the waste stream.
But of course, you're looking forward into the future where some of these, some of this legislation will really take hold, possibly across the board. I mean, do you think about, oh gee, maybe landfills aren't such a good business opportunity?
And you have the right to an attorney, right? If you can't afford one, we'll provide one for you.
So all sincerity, we're a sustainability company and we believe in bringing sustainable solutions to our customers. And we actually see a high degree of profitability potential. For our investors, they believe in it. They're investing more in, our company because of this, strategy. I think in all reality, nobody anywhere on this planet is remotely close to zero waste. I think there's a lot of good aspiration. I think there are some good ideas. You can see some micro programs that are beginning to have some impact. But I think it's very risky for any. I disagree with you. It's a facet of what we do, but it's a facet, and there's so much more to what we do. We're going to be the first in our industry to bring a fully electrified fleet to the country. That's the 5th largest vocational fleet in the country. That's happening now. We've got 43 different renewable energy projects at landfills that we're bringing online. So we're taking that gas and we're putting it back into sectors for good use. There's a ton of sustainability initiatives that are profitable today. We believe will be increasingly more profitable in the future. But I just caution anybody that thinks that we're anywhere on this planet remotely close to zero waste. As a society, we're not. Go look at EPA data if you don't want to listen to me. You'll see that as Americans, we're throwing more away today and recycling less today than we did a couple of years ago. We're in that respect trending in the wrong direction.
All right.
Just to clarify, you mentioned Vancouver, are you talking Canada, or are you talking?
Canada, yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, so since I have your undivided attention here now, with co-counsel Pop. Russ, go to page 8 and read F21 and F22. F21.
You said page 8, Sam?
Page 8, and it would be finding 21 and finding 22. So part of this discussion is, in part, I cannot do it justice in the time we have allocated in this evening, but F22, the 2020 landfill franchise agreement includes a provision that tonnage cap would be eliminated upon a successful application to expand the landfill into the expansion parcel. And folks have brought up a fact sheet that is on the website. It says, Copper Butte landfill is opening to resetting the annual tonnage cap, and Copper Butte landfill will continue to comply with the annual tonnage cap. And so can you tell us a little bit more, or where are you folks on that now, and how does that play out?
No.
I'm teasing.
I'm teasing. Oh, all right. No, it's a fair question. I'd say it's one that we're still deliberating, internally. You're right, that fact sheet is on the website, and we mean what it says, but I don't know that we've landed on anything. We can, if this is a topic that is relevant and important to this work group, I can commit to you that we'll take it back and talk about it some more, and so if we can get to a place where I am in a position to elaborate further.
I think it is relevant, and I think folks do want to know. And for instance, just on when will the landfill close issue, the issue of is the tonnage cap in play or not in play? And I understand that just because there is a removal of the tonnage cap doesn't mean it's gonna shorten or lengthen. They're independent, they're combined variables there that play out, but
And it's not a variables, but forgive me, I'm stepping on your words, I'm sorry.
No, that's how I was basically done. I do think that, you know, again, while this particular narrow point didn't come up in the assessment process, it has several times in the subcommittee meetings I've been attending. And I think it's a pretty prominent issue that people would like.
Well, I'll.
But I'm just, that's my idea. Let's see what other people think about that. Mark, you want to go first, and then Ed has Clara.
Oh, no, I would like clarification. Absolutely.
Yeah. Ed?
Yeah, well, I'm with the clarification part, but when I was going back to 21.
Yes, sir.
And I've never understood the 75,000 tons reserved annually for Benton County. I don't know what that means. Does it mean that if we have 76,000 tons, we have to find another place for the 1,000 tons?
I will get back to you on that. I believe I know the answer, but I don't want to misspeak.
Fair enough.
All right, anything else on plant size, capacity, longevity? Because it's still a work in progress. Catherine at C and then Sean.
So I have a question that I don't know where it would land appropriately, but it seems like this might be the right subcommittee and conversation. I'm really glad that you're here to maybe navigate this space. So when we talk about our, the types of waste that we might incur that is outside the normal waste stream, for example, and seem to have lost that particular.
Special waste, is that what you're?
Right. I'm only reporting what I read in a news article. So we recently had the Toledo train derailment. For those of you that know that, and in a recent article, kind of as a follow-up to that, was that 1,600 tons of the contaminated soil brought to the Coffin landfill. And I'm curious, when we look at scenarios like that, you know, ideally we hope those don't happen. That wouldn't be the normal stream of waste that you might be incurring, but it doesn't really fall in that fire, flood, natural disaster type events.
Yeah.
How, you know, where do we look at, and maybe this is a broader question to the whole group also, where do we look at considerations like that of course do impact our threshold and our capacity to what we can take in?
So let me give you a general answer that may not satisfy you today, but I will commit to trying to do a little bit better the next time we're together. So in general, these kinds of scenarios, the train derailment, right? We don't see a lot of those, thank God. We hope we won't see any more. But in general, when those occur, it's not uncommon, and I am not suggesting this is exactly what occurred here. I think we'll get to it a little bit more. Typically, the state regulator will be one that will reach out to a site and say, we are working with whomever's involved in the cleanup. It could be state authorities, it could be local authorities, sometimes it's federal authorities. And oftentimes those regulators are making determinations about what's the quickest, safest, smartest, best way to dispose of something. And they then often will reach out to a site and say, I've got X. It qualifies with, however you're permitted to operate. Will you accept it? Oftentimes it's something that someone asks of us. I'm not in a position to say definitively that's what occurred here, because I'm just simply not up to speed on it, but I'll run it to the ground, gives you a better answer.
That's great, and that's really helpful. And so I realized that in that space of reading that, I would have never thought of that contextually in all of the work that we've done. I don't know that we've ever talked about how we acknowledge hazardous materials in Coffin Butte and how we carry that to the broader public with some answers, right? So that we don't have those questions just kind of occur because a newspaper article popped off what I just reported, in this group.
For what it's worth, our people are also then expected, if in doubt, to communicate with the state regulator. For example, if it's not something the regulator's bringing to us, let's just say it's someone locally or whatever, our people are expected to communicate with the state regulator. This is what's being asked of us. What's your interpretation? So that it's not a unilateral decision. But yes, these kinds of things, like today, unfortunately, do occur from time to time. We don't want train derailments, but the people who live in the immediate vicinity of that train derailment want whatever was spilled cleaned up as quickly as possible. They want it to go somewhere safe. I just would like to believe everyone would want it to go in as lined and as secure a facility as could be conceived of.
Agreed. So is there a way that, somewhere in this body of work that we can make a recommendation just to preemptively address the work that you do in mitigating hazardous material?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd be happy to figure out how to expand on that.
I think,
Brian is on this one.
Sorry, yeah, right.
And I just want to touch base real quick on what Catherine said, you hazardous waste. I want to make sure you clarified that you're not accepting hazardous waste.
That's why I pointed to you, because I knew you said.
Yeah, no, it's always good to have other experts in the conversation, but yes, we do as a company, as an organization, very much handle hazardous materials at other locations, not at Coffin View. What's admitted at Coffin View is what's within a permit.
Yeah, and for those products too, just so you know, Catherine, it goes through a very rigorous testing protocol. And it's, sent out to lab and we look at all the particulates associated with that. And then it's accepted through A.
So that's referred to as profiling, and then there's a manifest profiling, and then there's a manifest that shows up with the waste that our people are also expected to cross-reference with the profiling records. Think of it as like an added redundancy.
And to Brian's point, clarifying hazardous and
Yeah.
contaminated, right?
Yeah.
That again illustrates the point of how do we preemptively answer those environmental questions that might occur, down the road, and if we can capture that in this body of work as well. I know I would appreciate that, then I don't have to answer those questions. We can just point back and say, here it is, right? And Republic's already addressed that to our community at a broader scale.
Yeah, because the profiling is bounced against a permit, our environmental engineers are involved, and we make sure, again, that, we're adhering to all the DEQ and everything else out there that we need to, in terms of accepting waste to the gated landfill.
Great, thank you.
Brian's response.
And yeah, just an example, MSW doesn't go through that special profile, but street sweepings, I have an agreement with them. I have to do a testing and requirements of that. The ash that comes from, the incinerator also goes through extensive monitoring. Also.
Okay.
So we meet those requirements and make sure it meets DEQ regulations.
Ed?
I want to kind of draw a distinction here between hazardous materials and hazardous constituents, because people come, it's confusing. My understanding of the permits are, you don't accept hazardous waste. At Coffin View. But I'm unclear where materials are accepted for disposal from a small quantity generator. The example's been brought up in the person in the public that he's seen fluorescent tubes in a school dumpster. And it goes to Coffin View and they don't do anything. And I think the distinction is that's a small quantity generator, so you can accept materials from a small quantity generator in your existing permit.
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, can I weigh in here, please?
Yes.
So I oversee both our hazardous waste inspectors as well as our solid waste and materials management inspectors. So I think, Ed, what you're referring to would be called household hazardous waste or very small quantity generated waste, which are considered by EPA to be allowed to go to a subtitle D landfill. However, the term you used, a small quantity generator, as well as a large quantity generator, both of those types of generators have regulated hazardous waste, which is not allowed to go to a subtitle D landfill. So the idea that EPA agreed on is that very small quantity generated waste, which used to be called conditionally exempt generated waste, is coming from very small businesses in very small quantities. And if the landfill has the liners required of a subtitle D landfill, that is safe to send that type of waste to a subtitle D landfill, which Coffin Butte is.
Thank you.
I also wanted to speak to the question about hazardous substances versus hazardous waste. Coffin Butte is not authorized to receive hazardous waste from any regulated generator. Hazardous substances, if Coffin Butte were to accept waste that have hazardous substances in them, Coffin Butte has a special waste management plan that identifies how they'll screen for and accept and place waste that contain hazardous substances.
Thank you. Let's get Marge, and then we need to move on to the next thing.
Real quick question. How do you get hazardous out of the hospital waste that goes into Covanta ash that gets spread on the landfill?
So there are medical waste providers that specifically service, healthcare systems. And they've got different disposal techniques and capabilities that they use, to manage that. Now, Covanta, I'm presuming you're referring to an incinerator when you're talking about Covanta.
Yeah.
I'm referring to different entities that manage medical waste.
No, I'm talking specifically about the incinerator and what Senate Bill 488 is addressing.
I forgive me, Marge, I track a lot of legislation across the country. I don't have 488 in memory, so I'll look at it.
It's the fact that Covanta, that there is a loophole in Oregon law that allows Covanta to accept more hazardous waste than a more highly regulated processor could, because of this loophole, which is going to be hopefully be closed by Senate Bill 488. But that's probably something that Audrey could talk about.
All right. So let me just try to get the cue, and then we'll move on to the next topic. So Sean?
It's much more mundane than hazardous waste, but it has to do with these actual things. I have my crosswalk hat on. Recommendation, you were looking at getting rid of the whole, moving on to the whole topic. We get to recommendations.
Yeah, go for it.
Recommendation 1 on page 11, talking about the SMMP, developing scenarios and projections. We haven't really been talking about that. And it's actually a recommendation from Helen, can't know which number, but somewhere explicitly it says, yeah, there's going to be issues or effects, but that's not what the SMMP is really focusing on. And so, putting my crosswalk hat on, I don't think that they're necessarily in conflict, but I think this is kind of insinuates that the SMMP is going to be doing these projections. And help me, I don't remember us talking about any of that at all. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. I just didn't want to have the SMMP be everything under the sun in its right place. So I just wanted to, again, have my crosswalk hat on, just making sure that those are compatible.
I think it might be covered in very small amounts of detail just on our list of topics to be covered. But other than that, yeah, we don't dive into that, and I don't think it's certainly not asking our subcommittee to dive into it. But I agree. I think this should be added to the crosswalk for when we have an opportunity to sort of evaluate that.
Because I think the intent is there. I've really enjoyed our conversations at MFP to really be looking at materials and not the landfill itself or that kind of stuff. So just didn't want to put too much into that one bucket. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Sam, just so I've got my homework correct, I'm gonna try to bring a little more clarity to the tonnage cap question. I'm gonna take a look at special waste and then see if I can get a little bit more color around what transpired with the train derailment. What am I missing?
Cord. You're missing the cord.
And the core. Oh, yeah, thank you. So I got 4. All right.
All right. So on the legal issues and land use review, just be able to sort of highlight what's there and where it is, and commend this to your reading, recognizing that it's also going to be updated and between now and the next time you see it. In the assessment, there were folks that talked about wanting more clarity surrounding what the various major permitting criteria included. And there were folks that did not want this group to provide that kind of clarity. I believe a fair statement as to where this draft is in its current form is clearly spelling out on page 12, finding F, that, well, I'll let you read finding F and I'll.
Which?
Yeah, just pick one at random. I have 7, sorry. F7. So the legal subcommittee's point of view on this is on these issues of ambiguity for shorthand, there is the court systems are highly deferential to what the planning commission and actually it's the board of commissioners, not the planning commission, but the board of commissioners actually do by way of interpretation of these terms. The terms that were discussed that seem to come up, are listed in the document there. They include things like character of the area and
Undue burden.
and then what's the third one?
Seriously interfere.
Seriously interfere. So the concern that this subcommittee would make a recommendation to have the code be modified is not there in this document. The closest the legal subcommittee does is describe how those 3 terms have been used in the past. The fact that they've been used that way in the past doesn't mean that is a limitation. The board still has a great amount of flexibility in defining those terms based upon the facts that are presented in the application process. So this goes into some details surrounding that through your review. The next point of that came up in the SWAC DSAC meeting, I'm making this up now, about 3 weeks ago or so, was, and maybe Greg, you can find these, their comments in general were some of these draft findings purport to limit what SWAC can and cannot consider. And to state the obvious, that was not received well. And so I want to call the work group's focus on the findings or recommendations that speak to that, so they can consider.
So F13.
Let me read that first. Page 14, F13.
Mind saying again what you said that SWAC said?
So SWAC is in general statements. I don't have the actual language in front of me. SWAC is concerned that these findings, some of these findings, like Greg is pointing out to you, are designed to limit SWAC's ability to comment, opine, give guidance, feedback, what have you. And that, not surprisingly, is concerning to them. And then Greg, is there,
And then the recommendations on page 17 are one, two.
and Greg, in the feedback from SWAC and the Planning Commission, you put together a crosswalk between their concerns and these findings. Are the ones that we're talking about now on the list of things to discuss next week?
Yes.
So that's a long way of saying that, you know, this isn't the final recommendation that's coming out of the legal subcommittee. And the fact that a recommendation comes out of any of these subcommittees doesn't mean you as the work group can't make an independent decision to accept, reject, or modify, especially the recommendation. But I wanted to alert you that it is a hot spot based on, yeah, there's probably many other feedback too, but that's just one area. Catherine?
So are we okay to comment on the findings in this?
Yeah, yeah.
This group as well? Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
what
did do an
I'd
overview.
like to just say that I really support LOU F7 when we talk about ambiguous terms and pointing to the strength of the deference that is given to the local decision makers.
Yeah.
Knowing that that precedent has been well established and the courts tend to support that space pretty unilaterally. I do have concerns, however, about, so our subcommittee really got into the space where we realized we were having conversations about things that could be legal positioning or, you know, kind of leaning in one direction or another. I don't know that bias is maybe too strong of a word. When I look at F10A, 10B, and F11, when we talk about undue burdens, when we also talk about character of the area, and the one previous to that, seriously, there will be on adjacent property. That feels a lot like the space where, you know, in our CUP subcommittee, we really aren't looking at the context, for example, the historical record of, say, the 1983-07, 83-07, really, files and contextually and where we were at an interpretation at the time. This right here is, so we use the word SAM historically in the context of 10A, 10B, and 11. How are we to, in this document, put forward a presumption or a predetermined idea? Like, who's making this interpretation? Because really, these interpretations of seriously interfering with, undue burden, the character of the area, those feel like spaces that should be determined at the time of a public hearing process and not in a document like this that it just feels out of character for some of the work that we did and where we didn't bring these types of things in the narrative of the time of the land use record, for example. Here feels like a space where we really are pre-concluding, and especially knowing that we're going to likely experience an application. I mean, that's just a logical assumption here. How could we possibly define the character of the area before public testimony, before the actual public hearing process? Or how do we really define interference of adjacent property, which is highly ambiguous? It would depend on the individuals, and there are numbers of them, not just directly adjacent, you know, but even a little bit outside of that first circle. So I'm a little, I guess I'm not in support of 10A, 10B, and 11 to the extent that it feels like we're doing that position space. That's just my concern. That's how I'm reading it and how I feel about it, knowing the work that we did on our subcommittee with similar type of conversations.
So just a couple of quick responses and ask Jenny to comment on. I received mixed messages from different people on how much specificity, if any, people wanted to have surrounding defining these terms. I think the bottom line conclusion here, and this will, I think Jenny, I'm gonna really nail me if I get this wrong, is one, there is no debate whatsoever in the legal subcommittee that the definitions of character of the area and so on are defined in a vacuum. They are always going to be fact specific based on the evidence that's presented to you. Point two, for which there is no ambiguity or debate. You have broad discretion to define those terms in those facts when you are in the process. Point three here is, I believe this is the legal subcommittee's attempt to answer those who wanted some idea of historically how have these terms been used in Benton County. Point four is the fact that they've been historically used in Benton County these ways is simply one fact that you can accept or reject and make your own judgment on. So the intent, and if the intent is not popping off the page, then the legal subcommittee should be encouraged to go back and make it clearer. The intent is to say, this is what's happened in the past, but you always have the ability to interpret with great deference based on the facts. Here's just a historical bit of information of what has happened in the past. It is not binding on you in the future. So I get the fear. I don't believe that's the intent. So if the intent is not coming across and it's still creating the fear, then we need to make it fine tuned. Ask Jenny to translate that.
Take it one step further, but the legal subcommittee, I think, was hesitant to even go this far, because the decision maker does have that deference, but there was expression, what are the parameters? What are the factors that have been considered? What are things that have been considered in the past? And that's what this is attempting to do. Not to say you're limited in any way,
Yeah, thanks.
as long as it's a plausible interpretation. So you're not limited to these factors, but there was a question, what are the kinds of things that have been considered?
So can I just comment then?
Yeah.
Of course, just clarify, it's not, I don't think you meant it in any negative way, but it's not a fear, it's just a consideration. When I look at this particular, if it's an intent to express, or address certain concerns, I can hear that. At the same token, in the CUP subcommittee, we literally, in 1983, there's 7 versions of that decision made. It's a huge file, it's a huge set of files. If we were to look at the historical context of, I'll take some phrasing here, has generally been interpreted in Benton County land use decisions, ... that's in F10A, for example. If we were to bring the context of the 1983 land use process, and in particular, that site plan and narrative, we could also lead into a space that again feels kind of legally positioning, as in historically, this is what Benton County put in one of its most pivotal land use documents, and yet we didn't necessarily follow through with compliance. We have an MOU now that is being leaded to, as it just wiped out any of those requirements of that document, or it wasn't verbed right, in the language is a specific condition of approval by wordage. I would argue that if we're going to put this type of material in the land use findings, then we should also be putting the similarly important 1983 findings that were generally interpreted by Benton County at that time and may have influence in this time. So I feel like one way or the other, we could go, we could go this way, but I think we should then allow, so this seems like it's a little bit outside of what the charge would be. So too would be bringing forward 1983, generally interpretation by Benton County, et cetera, by our group. But if we are going to be providing historical generalizations that provide context in this location, then I would like to see that opportunity being given, especially to the 1983 documents.
I don't think there's any problem with that. To put in whatever historical context goes forward for the 1983 document. I think
And again, not meaning it to at all be confrontational, but just
No, I
trying
don't
to
think that.
understand, which lane are we gonna run in with how we present this document at the end.
And then the other thing I will say on 10B here, this was an actual specific planning commission request. So the answer to 10B about define the area, that came up in one of the two, I don't remember, Greg, of the planning commission meetings. This was a specific question that in the meeting minutes that the subcommittee then decided to answer. So it wasn't just thrown in there per se, it was being responsive to the planning commission, at least one of the commissioners. I don't recall in the moment which one, I'm not sure it matters, but that was that request.
Good, just that.
Please.
It's real important to recognize these are couched as findings, not as recommendations. This is past information based on the past. It was part of the charge for the committee. Again, this committee is tasked with wearing two different hats. One is legal, strictly legal, and one is land use process. What has been done in land use process in the past? How can we facilitate an effective land use process in the future? So
The reading part of it is, it doesn't say historical anywhere in this, it just reads that this is the huge criteria for landfill expansion.
We can make that clear. Somewhere it says in the past, these terms have been
But
defined.
it's just, it's hard to carry from one paragraph to the next.
We'll have Greg, your staff person, help in the legal subcommittee, and Jenny will make a note as well to make it clear that this is historical information and it's a finding, which with all of these, anyone can reject. All right, so we have 4 minutes here, which means we're not going to have time to go into the past subcommittee findings and recommendations. Fortunately, some of them were covered during the crosswalk exercise. So we'll have to come up with the best way to manage that, which I don't have in the moment. So what I'm going to ask, Lauren, is you close down this document and open up the work plan document, or whatever it's called, in the updated work plan, and walk us through that. And this is what this document was sent to you, I believe, over last weekend, and then it was presented on Tuesday morning to the Board of Commissioners. So, in the moment, this is what it looks like here. And is there a way to move this out of the way so I can actually see the whole meal deal? So obviously, here we are on the 23rd. What we're going to be doing is meetings on the 24th and 25th, 26th. And then the subcommittee are going to meet with this feedback in mind that we gave today, and we'll have to come up with the process to get additional feedback during these 3 days. The goal right now, and I'm understanding it's aggressive, and I want to rethink this and talk to the county about this after this meeting, because we weren't able to get through all of these documents. The plan was to issue draft 5, which would be the full report, okay, with these updated findings and recommendations. There would be a public survey open house. In talking to the various subcommittees, the current plan is that public open house survey would be on the recommendations. We would ask the public to comment on the recommendations. Do they support, not support, and their comments. I promise to get you in a second. And then the actual open house is going to be on the 9th, between 5:30 and 7:30. It's gonna be a virtual open house. It's not gonna be in person. They'll all be online. We're hoping to get 2 people from each subcommittee, you know, in a balanced subcommittee representation. And we will walk through the recommendations. And when there is a need to clarify or answer questions, the supporting findings will be available to pull up, and so that people have an opportunity to understand what's going on there. That survey closes on the 11th. And then the feedback that happened next week, in the weeks in between here, will be rolled up with the survey feedback. The final findings and recommendations will go out to work group polling. And so the polling is the system we've been using in the past. Each finding will be put forward with each recommendation put forward, and you will vote informally, just 1, 2, or 3 surrounding that finding. It is 1 means you're fully supported as written, don't have any changes. 2 actually means that you can live with it, but you have an amendment you would like to have your colleagues consider. And in fact, if they support your friendly amendment, you in good faith will move your vote from a 2 to a 1. But even if they don't, you're accepting that as good to go. And 3 means you do not support it. It sometimes gets framed as if you vote 1 or 2, these 2s are going to count as a consensus, so be careful. The other way of looking at that is that any one person on this work group can block a consensus by voting the 3. So there's 2 ways to look at that, as a threat or an opportunity, and those are the rules, and so you can interpret them what you want, and we'll talk more about them at the end. But any one person on this work group can block a consensus, at which point the recommendations or findings will go forward. Say it's, I'm making this up, it's 17-2 on something, then that finding or that recommendation will be saying 17 voted in favor of it, 2 voted against it. And it'll have the people's names, so everyone can see who voted what. And then each member has an opportunity to submit their own personal statement to explain anything they want to, so the board and the public has a full opportunity to be heard. These informal polling that happens on the 14th and 15th are simply designed so that we can create an agenda for the final meeting, which is an extended meeting. I want to point out now, it's starting at 2, not 3. And we're going to need the time to go through that. So, and that will be the final polling. If you can then scroll to the next. Okay. The subcommittees will meet and let's see what's going on here. Okay, here's what the final polling goes. Oh, I see what you did. Okay. And so the subcommittees will be available on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd. And the staff will be writing the final report. Your work group statements are due at noon on the 23rd. They will be added to the final work group report in what we're calling the Word version. And that date has not changed. So this process hasn't been extended. It ends on with the issuance of the report on the same date we've had for several months now, on the 24th. What is happening is it then goes to the publisher, in which case we're creating a copy table ready version of that. If you can scroll so I can see the rest, please. And that coffee table version, after it goes to the publisher, will be presented to the board on the 4th. It will be the exact same document that was presented on the 24th. It'll simply just be a camera-ready, nice picture version of that. The reason. Excuse me, is someone online talking? Is that, I remember the name. There'll be a dry run of your presentation. The reason on the 18th is that's the first time the board could get this on their calendar. So the work group will be done except for a ceremonial presentation to the board of commissioners. That's the first date they could do it after the March 24th.
What's the time of that on the 18th? They meet at the same time.
Excuse me?
They meet at 9.
9.
Probably at 9, yeah, but where it will be on the agenda remains to be seen. So this is just a placeholder. So the board is probably going to ask for members of the work group to make presentations. So for instance, if you wanted to present on the history piece, we have an agenda that tells you how I'm making this up X number of minutes, and we divide up the agenda and Y number of those minutes. So it's the history piece. And so we would just meet informally. This is not at the board commission. This is our internal prep. So we have our opening dance number and closing dance number nails when we actually do the presentation on the 18th. So that's the work plan. Yes, Louisa.
So the March 9th is the same day as the.
From a sustainability coalition town hall.
Can we go
That's on
back
my
to March
calendar.
9th? Yeah, so I can see what that
And
is.
so that's the whole, like from 5 to 9.
Yeah, the fair is 5 to 7,
Yeah.
presentation is 7 to 9, I contact you.
Okay, well, we'll have to look at another date that doesn't conflict with that, Darren and team. So we'll figure that out. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, Louise, anything else? Dan?
Yeah, I just had a quick comment to the group in question, subs available from the 20th to the 22nd. And the idea is just to check in and I guess I was wondering if you can explain the purpose and just make sure we're all on the same page.
So the subs are not allowed to leave the country without, no. It's just that, in other words, the staff is writing the report. We're dotting i's, crossing t's. And there's a last minute question. What did you mean about this or that? We can do some quick phone calls to, get them on the phone and say, hey, Ed, what about this? Or hey, Catherine, what about that? Catherine?
No, problem. Got it.
I just had one thing,
Yes, sir.
the question, Russ, there was another item on your list, 75,000 tons limit. What
Thank you.
happens if we go to 76?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you for your patience. Go forth, do good, what you will. See you soon.
It was interesting, huh?